5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the second day of the Geological Society's virtual careers days. The Society has created a unique programme for geology students that gives you guys the chance to hear from professionals working across different sectors in geoscience in the UK. And I've just had the pleasure of meeting those people who are going to be presenting to you in the first session, and you're going to get great talks and the opportunity to speak to people who are very early in their career and people who've got a bit more experience. So really a fantastic opportunity for you looking to what you might do in the future to ask questions and find out. So really, I would encourage you to get on the chat, pose your questions, engage with the panelists and the speakers here today, because this is a fantastic opportunity. And sign up for as many sessions as possible. You'll learn about lots of different areas at a time when you're thinking, as I said, what might be next for me, and hopefully help you think about what careers and professional directions you could go in. So today's programme will be delivering some fantastic sessions on areas that are really critical to humanity, that we as geoscientists can contribute to. So first up, on the first session, we've got hydrogeology, contaminated land, and environmental geoscience, followed by energy, and then a session on environmental science, climate change, resource management and adaptation. Then a short break, and we'll return for writing CVs, cover letters and interview sessions, and then close out the day with a networking event in Gathertown. So where you'll be able to meet the speakers and sponsors face to face and hear about graduate roles, postgraduate courses and academic opportunities. So that's a really busy day, really rammed day. Hope you're all ready and ready for some interesting stuff. Now, this is not about me in any shape whatsoever, but you might ask why and how I'm qualified to introduce this session. My name is Lucy Williams. I am a petroleum geologist with about 30 years experience in industry, working as an exploration and development geologist on some fantastic projects around the world. Personally, going back a long way, I have an undergraduate degree in geology from UCL and a master's degree in petroleum geology from Imperial. And aside from my work, I've been involved with the Geological Society for quite some time now, initially as a committee member of what was then called the Petroleum Group, and latterly as chair of that group. And before the end of my tenureship as chair of that group, and following extensive consultation with stakeholders, we changed the name of the group to the Energy Group. So if you go onto the Geological Society website and look at what's known as the specialist groups, which cover all the different specialist areas of geoscience, you'll find the Energy Group and all that they do. And the name change was in recognition of the evolving energy mix and the transition to low carbon energy sources, but in recognition also of the undeniable contribution that geoscience has to support those changes in areas such as geothermal, carbon capture and storage, subsurface rad waste, helium, critical minerals, lots of things that geoscience is doing to support the energy transition. So while I work personally in my day job, work solely within the hydrocarbon sector, I continue to maintain an interest in the evolving energy sector. And besides the Geological Society, I've been involved with the PSGB on delivering webinars. And I'm also on council at the Society as well at the moment. So a quick bit of housekeeping before we begin. During these sessions, your audio and video will be disabled. Please submit your questions to the panelists in the Q&A box. And once again, I encourage you to do that. You know, everyone will get much more out of this if you do. It's a great opportunity to ask those burning questions you have. And if our panelists are anything like me, they're passionate about their subject and will be happy to talk to you and help you. Unfortunately, obviously, we may not be able to answer all the questions that are submitted, but we'll do our best. And I don't know if the panelists are going to be able to, but they may be able to answer questions within the chat as well. So before I hand the microphone over to our panelists, I'd like to thank our speakers who have volunteered their time out of their day to take part, and also to our generous platinum sponsors, Fugro and the University of Edinburgh School of Geosciences, for their support. It's much appreciated. So I've said quite enough. Without further ado, let's go straight into the first session of the day, which is hydrogeology, contaminated land and environmental geoscience, with Ross Goodband, Josh Roberts, Malika Tank and Deborah Thomas. And I think we're going to hand over first of all to Ross.
Yes, hello, and thank you, Lucy. So welcome to this session. The format for this then, the way it's going to work is each one of us has got a short sort of 5-minute presentation on our careers, and then we'll go straight in to the Q&A. So I'm going to try and desperately share my screen, and hopefully this will work. We did practice this earlier, and yep, and it's all working. So me first then. My name's Ross. I work for Pick Everard as a senior geoenvironmental engineer. I graduated from the University of Portsmouth in 2012 with a BSc in geology. The draft presentation that we got sent said that I should put a picture of myself on site here. Unfortunately, as I'm normally the chap managing site, I don't actually take pictures of myself. So I took a picture. So I've included a picture of something that I took a picture of instead. So some trial pitting at a site in Leicestershire. So my current role then as a senior environmental engineer, I design and manage contaminated land and geotechnical investigations for major developments. I work for Pick Everard in their Leicester office. Day to day then, my role involves the sort of line management of junior engineers, producing fee proposals for our clients and providing advice to other disciplines. And as well as that, I'm also working on and managing a couple of projects for some public sector clients as well. There was a section here to put things that I like best. I suppose the biggest thing that I like is I'm a big fan of the travel that I get to do around the country, and I've also travelled around Europe as part of my role as well. Particularly, I'll be very honest, I'm definitely a fair weather geologist. I'm much happier when it's sunny and warm outside and I can go wandering across a field, but it's not too bad when it's raining either. So current projects that I'm working on, some of our current clients, we've got, I'm working for Severn Trent Water at the moment, Thurrock Council, Kew, Manchester City Council, the Ministry of Justice. So Pick Everard works on an awful lot of big public sector frameworks. So a lot of our clients come to us through there. And as part of that, we're part of an organisation called Perfect Circle, which is a joint venture between 3 consultancies to deliver some fairly large frameworks for some big public sector bodies. Also, as part of this, then I've been on courses through. I've got here in the right hand corner like an IOSH Safe Supervision of Geotechnical Sites. That's a course that I've been on as part of this, and then a couple of CITB courses as well. As part of my role, we work on construction sites a lot, so we have to do the CSCS card stuff as part of that, as well as the triple STS, and I'm doing my SMSTS as well at the moment, which is like a senior site supervisor's course. How did I get here then? So I left uni sort of the summer of 2012, and in 2013 I was enrolled on the Arcadis grad scheme as a graduate contaminated land consultant. The interview process was a little bit drawn out, so I applied in sort of August 2012 through the online application, and then there was a telephone interview process, which I got through, and then finally a face-to-face interview in their office in Cambridgeshire. So I actually passed my driving test the day before that interview. So the first time I ever drove on my own without my examiner was to get to that interview in Cambridge, 100 miles away from where I lived in Leicester. My role as a graduate was primarily site-based. I started in January, so the depths of winter. My first experience on site was with sort of half a foot of snow in Guildford, wrapped up, realizing that I definitely should have prepared more for some of the cold weather. I sort of cut my teeth on site investigations in petrol stations across the country. And as part of my role as a graduate as well, I spent 6 weeks in Europe doing investigations in farmers' fields for a large agrochemical client. And then Arcadis are a big contaminated land have a big contaminated land and remediation consultancy as part of their role. So I was involved in a lot of remediation supervision of some contaminated sites across the UK as well. After that, I went to work for RAW, or RSK RAW as they are now, as an environmental scientist and project manager, dealing mostly with pollution response, so oil spills, chemical spills, that sort of stuff. I spent sort of 3 years there, 3.5 years there, before moving to Patrick Parsons as a geoenvironmental engineer down in Twickenham, and then came home to Leicester to work for MEC in 2019. And I've only recently started at Pick Everard. I've been here for 4 months now. And on the right there is a picture of an ammonite that we found magically in some borehole arisings that just happened to break at just the right point for us to see that and not just get a pile of shell and dust. So that's my presentation. I'm going to stop sharing my screen now and hand over to Malika, if that's okay.
So I'm going to try and share my screen as well. Hi everyone. So I thought I'd introduce myself and say how I got to where I am. So I'm an environmental scientist and a graduate, so I started last year, and then summarize some of the projects I've been working on and tell you a bit about Mott MacDonald and why I chose Mott MacDonald. So yeah, I'm Malika. So I'm a graduate environmental scientist at Mott MacDonald. I'm currently on my second year of the grad scheme, which is 3 years. And I did my degree BSc Environmental Geoscience at Cardiff University and graduated last year. Yeah. So I thought I'd summarize how I came to where I am right now. So I did my A-levels and I chose 4 A-levels, planning to drop geography, but I ended up actually loving geography a lot more than I thought. So I thought, let's see what can I do with geography. So one of the options was doing something in the environment, in the engineering industry. So I did a 1-week work experience at Arup with the environmental team, and I actually really enjoyed it because it brought my love for science and the geography together. So I decided to go onto the MSc Environmental Geoscience course at Cardiff University, which is in the second summer. I applied for internship at Mott MacDonald and I got it. And I spent 2 months doing that, where I mainly did ecological surveys, and I was out in the field and on site, which was really great. I was speaking to my boss at the time, and he said that he was happy for me to come back the next year. But I was on ME Sci, so I asked if it's okay if I go back onto the B Sci, and they said, yeah, that's fine. So I went down into that and then finished my degree after a year, and graduated in 2020, where I'm now at Mott MacDonald in the Cardiff office. So some of the projects I've been working on are mainly HS2, and I've been working on some desk studies. Contaminated land is where I was originally interested in, but I've also been doing hydrogeology as well, which is mainly in my H1 risk assessments. And that's where there's, we have a look at the groundwater and we pumping it back into the natural water courses. So we make sure that they're not contaminated. And yeah, and that's part of Schedule 33, Part 5 consent, which we put together. And also part of that pack is foundation work risk assessments, which also has my contaminated land side as well. And I've also been working on soils and agriculture. And I've been using ArcMap and ArcPro for that, which has definitely made my skills a lot better in that area. And like I said before, there's an opportunity for site work with ecological surveys, particularly around the summer when it's the season, and site walkovers just to see. It's quite nice to see what you're working on firsthand. So Mott MacDonald, why would you want to come to Mott MacDonald? So one of the things that drew me to it is that it's global, and there's offices around the world in 50 different countries, and there's loads of opportunities around the country in the UK. I'm originally from Birmingham, so there's a Birmingham office that I could have gone to, but I loved it in Cardiff, so I decided to stay in the Cardiff office. It's also employee owned, so everyone who works here, we own, well, you have an opportunity to own some shares in the company, and 1 in 5 people actually own some shares in the company, which is great. We also have great values. So we have pride, which is progress, respect, integrity, drive, excellence, and yeah, which is great. That's one of the reasons why I actually decided this company, because it aligned with my values and we get to work on some great things. We've also had agile working recently, so you only have to come to the office twice a week. And yeah, I think that's one of the things that I love too, because I can work from home if you want, because I know quite a few people now actually prefer working from home. I personally like being in the office just because I can focus more, and you have a lot more screens. You have 3 screens instead of 1. And you have the opportunity to travel. So you can do that long-term or short-term. I've already been offered the opportunity to go to Australia for 6 months if I wanted to. And that would be short-term, or you can go long-term for a few years. I know someone who's been in Dubai for 10 years, so there's always that option. And how I got to Mott MacDonald, they do a strength-based interview. So the questions are set and they're asked to all of the applicants, so it's quite fair that way. And you can actually apply now. They're all live, and they're live until the 14th of November, so definitely check it out. Yeah, no, that's all the offices around the world if you're interested. Thanks for listening. I'll pass it on to Josh.
Thanks, Malika. I'll share my screen as well. Hopefully everyone can see that. So I'm Josh Roberts, and there we go. I work as a hydrogeologist at Atkins, based in Glasgow. So my career to date, did a BSc in geology back in 2010. And from that, did an MSc in applied and petroleum micropaleontology, which took me into a career as an offshore stratigrapher for 2.5 years. I worked primarily in the North Sea, offshore, although I did a lot of desk-based work that involved projects in Trinidad, North Africa, and Canada as well. The backdrop to most of my time in oil and gas was the price crash of 2015. So redundancy was always on the cards, and finally happened to a number of my colleagues, including myself, in 2017. So just a bit on the oil and gas industry, it gave me some good transferable skills that I was able to utilize when moving into the environmental industry. At the time, I was quite young. I didn't really think of the experience I was gaining, but it was really transferable to the environmental industry, particularly as it's so site focused. So when I was made redundant, I didn't really know what to do, but I was really keen, obviously, to still stay in geology. And I'd had this interest in hydrogeology prior to doing my original master's. And actually, when I was at Birmingham, there is an MSc in hydrogeology, and their block is right next to where our laboratory was. So I became friends with quite a lot of the hydrogeologists. So I was still speaking to them, and I was getting an interest, but pinging off a lot of applications for hydrogeology jobs. And the response from a lot of companies was, you need to go and get a master's. So I applied to Strathclyde. I've got a master's in a couple of other universities. And I also applied to the Atkins hydrogeology summer internship. And I got accepted to both, did the internship and started the MSc. From the internship, I got a lot of information about the grad scheme at Atkins. I really liked the company. I loved the team that I worked with for 2 months over the summer. So I applied for that grad scheme and actually was able to accept a job at Atkins during my master's. So that was the February of 2018, sorry. And then also did my dissertation with BGS and graduated from Strathclyde. At Atkins, I've had a kind of varied career to date. So I started back in September 2018. I was sent immediately up north to Scotland, to Aviemore for a 6-month ground investigation, which was great fun. I really enjoy site work, so that was perfect for me. Worked in other site works as well, including some wind farms in Scotland. I've also worked on various desk-based projects, National Grid, some road schemes, various promotions as well. I was promoted to assistant hydrogeologist as part of the grad scheme. We can talk about that later. And then I was also embedded in the Sellafield environmental team prior to being furloughed for a couple of months. Last year's been pretty challenging for everyone. And then I've finally got another promotion in 2021 and still have aims to become a chartered geologist, hopefully in 2023. Things I enjoy about my career. In terms of Atkins, I work for a large, diverse, it's a well-connected company. There's lots of different projects, lots of different staff with lots of great expertise and passion for their subjects. It's been going for 80 years, Atkins, so there's a large back catalogue of projects, and we're now a member of the S&C Lavalin Group, so we've also got their expertise to collaborate with. There's opportunities within the company to learn new skill sets, engage with clients, and compared to the oil and gas industry, I find the environmental industry is a relatively stable industry, excluding last year. Just some photos from my various site works, but there's definitely opportunity to work on site if that's what you want to do. If you also want to be more desk focused, that's definitely there. And there's a good work-life balance within Atkins. So currently they're offering 50% working from home if that's what you want. You can also work in the office full time. And they're flexible in office locations. So this is something that's really come out of the pandemic. We now offer a variety of different options for where you want to be located, which really works for graduates as well. Just a whistle-stop tour of some projects I've worked on. So currently working on Thames Tideway, looking at a lot of the groundwater assessments for that. And I'm also doing some groundwater modelling for the A57, looking at some dewatering with cuttings. I've worked on various National Grid projects, just more kind of Contam focused. And then I've also worked on some projects with SES Water. And then previous projects, opportunities, lots of GIs. This was one in Glasgow earlier this year. And then I worked on doing some groundwater monitoring and surface water monitoring for a wind farm in Scotland. I've also worked on the A9. It's a big project for our team up in Scotland. And I've helped support the Sellafield Atkins environmental team as well. So that's me. I think I'm handing over to Deborah now. So thank you.
I'm a little bit late in joining, so apologies for that, everybody. I am here. Yep, so hopefully that's sharing through. Yeah, my name is Deborah Thomas. I am a principal hydrogeologist at a company called EnviroWater. The main sectors that I work in are the quarrying and mining industry. I also do a large amount of work in the water resources section, and currently I'm leading on the dewatering of a section of the HS2 track, which I'm sure many people will have heard of many times previously. Outside of my job, I'm actually the treasurer of the Early Career Network, which is a group of the Geological Society of London, which aims to support fellows within the first 10 years of their career. And yeah, part of that is sort of supporting events like today, and yeah, just doing things to try and help people through. I was actually lucky enough to have been brought up within the quarrying industry. It sounds very dramatic, but my dad worked in quarries, and I was very often found on a quarry if I couldn't go to school for whatever reason. And basically from that, I ended up, yeah, loving the quarrying industry and taking it through my career. So I just thought I'd quickly mention like what hydrogeology means to people. There might be some people on today who've never heard of it before. I always hate telling people I'm a hydrogeologist because the first thing people say to you is like, they look at you weird, and then they'll sort of say, oh, is that like water and rocks? And it kind of is. So I just thought I'd just take a second just to sort of explain why it's important to me. As I said, the first thing people get to is that it's water-based, and they're right. Like a lot of the work that hydrogeologists do is sourcing water, but for myself, my favorite part of it is about how hydrogeologists act very frequently to protect the environment from other works that are going on. So, for example, the infrastructure projects need mineral to do the developments, but they also need to dewater the ground so that they can do the construction works. And a hydrogeologist's job is to sort of come across and help that happen, but also to make sure it's not impacting on any of the surrounding environments. And for myself as a trained geologist, that was really intriguing to myself, that I could not only help people get the minerals needed to develop mobile phones, for example, but can also make sure that that mining isn't affecting this, world that we live in. So as everyone else has done, actually quite a lot of these I've sort of touched on various bits and pieces of everyone else's career pathway, which has been quite interesting. I've been tracking the dates to sort of see if I was in places at the same time. But I did my geology BSc at Leicester University, and I hadn't done geology before, and that was really actually quite rare in my course. Only 10 of us hadn't done geology previously. So it was quite a tough beginning for me, and I very quickly realised I wasn't very good at geology, and I'll put my hand up and say that. But what I was is very numerical from my A-levels. I've got a strong scientific and mathematical background. I got taken aside by one of my lecturers, and he was like, don't give up on geology. Here's hydrogeology, it's mathematical and 3D visualization, have a go. And I actually ended up doing a similar Atkins placement, I think, that Josh did. So I did 3 months with Atkins, and then I chose to do the hydrogeology MSc course at Birmingham after that. So it was very clear from the experience that I got with Atkins, and I was very lucky to have got to do a course during my BSc that wasn't sort of available to me at the time, but they let me have a go at it. That I got this idea that hydrogeology was kind of for me, so I had the confidence to go straight into doing MSc in it. After I graduated from there, I was given a job as a graduate hydrogeologist with a company called Wardle Armstrong. I had decided I didn't want to go carry on with Atkins just because they're just so massive, and I just wanted something a bit smaller and actually more based in the Northwest, where I'm like sort of closer to home. So I ended up working with Wardle Armstrong. So I did 2 years as a graduate and sort of did another 2 years sort of the next step up. And at that point, I was working predominantly in quarrying and mining, using sort of my sort of roots, and a lot of international mining, and work within the landfill sector. Part of me just sort of felt that there was an area of hydrogeology I hadn't tried yet, and that was mainly water resourcing, because it's a large proportion of your MSc, and I wasn't doing that. So I moved to the company I am now, which is called EnviroWater. We are a smaller consultancy it has a beautiful feel about it, and I've been there 4 years now. So I started off as a senior, and I've worked myself now into the role where I am a principal hydrogeologist and sort of lead within the quarrying sector, and I sort of project manage the projects within my office. So I thought it might be useful, just because when I started out, I couldn't sort of see where my career was going to go after sort of 6 months or 2 years. So I've pulled these pie charts together that are very sort of difficult to sort of figure out the numbers of. But I wanted to just show like how my role had changed across the sort of, a sickening 8 years, I think now I've been a hydrogeologist. It's a bit horrible saying that, but the way that my career has taken me has been following my real project management skills that I have, and that was something that was important to me and I was interested in, and I get a lot of energy from. So I started off basically being 50% in the field, 50% technical work as a grad, and then as I moved through, that field work for me has actually gotten slightly smaller, and as I've taken on more technical work when I was like a senior hydrogeologist and a hydrogeologist. And then as I've moved now into being like a principal, I actually take on much more project management work and business development work and like winning projects. I then turn up to some nice field days when the weather's nice and if it's an interesting site, and I sort of like keep everything going. But obviously, like everyone on this call will have different proportions of their time depending on like what role they're doing or what they're interested in. But for myself, like as I mentioned early on, like for me, a lot of it is fed from wanting to protect the environment. And I loved getting out in the field. Like still, when I get to go out, I probably go out once every 2 weeks, something like that. And like they're just my favorite times. One of the great things about being a hydrogeologist is you can have such a varied day. And it probably comes down to days. Like, yes, there are big projects like HS2 or some of the big Atkins projects where you're on them for a long time. But also I might spend my morning supporting a landfill site and then go and meet a farmer to talk about a water supply, and then end up the afternoon on a quarry weighbridge trying to work out their water problems. So, and I love that about being a hydrogeologist in consultancy. Like that is the exposure we get. And it's interesting to me, like my brain finds it really fun, and being able to bring in that geological understanding and then layer upon that like everything else to do with hydro, just makes it a really enjoyable sort of working day. If I'm ever doing advice, I've been very lucky to have been involved in a lot of career and a lot of early career events and early career network talks. My advice to new starters is just try and experience anything like outside of your job or your university or whatever place you're in at the moment. Just getting involved with the society or, I don't know, early career events and just sort of being out there and experiencing things, because that's how you get a really good broad understanding of what's going on, and you come across things that you didn't know were there or things like that. And I think the way that I've sort of managed to navigate, especially those early couple of years, was because of the great people that I met, and that would be my main advice to anybody. But yeah, I guess I will stop screen sharing if I can remember how to do that. I definitely cannot, so somebody may have to remind me. Stop share. There we go. And I think we're going to have a little bit of a chat. Is that right, Bryce?
Yes, that is. So we've got some Q&A questions, and there's some set questions that we've been asked to answer first. Some of them we've actually already answered, so I will probably skip through them because we've already talked about why we like our chosen field, and we've talked about how we got there. So one of the set questions is, what key things are expected of us in this area? So if we go to Malika first as a graduate, what key things are expected of you then as a graduate?
Main thing is being open to all work you're given. So you're like, of course you can say if you don't want to work in a specific field, but I think it's good to try things that you wouldn't expect that you like, because I found that I've actually liked things that I wouldn't expect to like. So I think having that experience, having a broader experience range, makes you also more valuable in the future, because you don't want to like put yourself in a box too early and cut yourself off from other routes. So I think that's one of the things I would say, is just keep stay as broad as possible. until you have to specialize.
Yeah, go on, we'll go along the top, Josh.
Yeah, no, I definitely second that. And I think that doesn't really change throughout your career. I mean, obviously, as you progress, especially as we both work, myself and Malika both work for quite large companies, you can end up working on quite big projects and mainly work within those frameworks. But I would say definitely a valued asset that you can keep hold of is being willing to try new work, being willing to kind of have a go at things. It's something that, yeah, people aren't always comfortable going out of their comfort zone, but I think, yeah, it's definitely a skill set that's yeah, when you start at a company, really valued, but also as you continue through your career, and it's good for you as well. It exposes you to new things. Learning new skill sets is something you always want. So yeah, I'd second that.
Deborah?
Yeah, I think it's hard, just sort of going back to the comfort zone part. Like, it's amazing how you sort of constantly get challenges. So if you get used to that early on, then it sort of carries on through, because there's things that I have recently picked up as a new frame of work that actually were terrifying to me 6 years ago. Like, and absolutely, but now it's sort of easier. In terms of the sort of expectations of my role at the moment, a large part that I've taken on is when we have junior staff, it's part of my responsibility to make sure that they are brought through in the best way possible. And the main lead that I take from that is making sure that they are getting that really good base understanding and experience, and getting out and seeing things and understanding things, because if you don't do that, then they're not going to develop. So sort of my role is making sure that's being fed through into any of our younger members of staff.
Yeah, definitely. And I think I'd have to agree as well. My role is sort of 50% site-based, 50% project management, and developing some of the other engineers as well. So it is, yeah, if you get an opportunity to do something that seems a little bit different and out there, go for it, because they are probably the most fun projects as well. The ones where it's, oh, we've got this, it's not what we normally do, but it's interesting. So yes, I'm going to go, that sounds fun. And that's how I ended up sort of knee deep in councillary in a field in Oxford, just because, yes, fine, I'll go do it. It sounds interesting. But they are, that doesn't sound like a good experience, but it was, I promise you. That they are the most interesting projects, and they get you the most experience as well. So I'm going to merge 2 or 3 questions that have popped up actually. So we've got what would you recommend to others who would go along a similar path? But we've also had James say he's keen on building a career in contaminated land. And do we have any advice for people who are apprehensive on getting an MSc, and how to build a career possibly without gaining an MSc? So we'll sort of match them together. And there's a couple of other questions in a similar vein as well. So if we let's go to Josh first.
Yeah, I mean, one piece of advice I would give that was very beneficial to myself, and I think also to the other panelists, was try and apply for an internship. I'd try and apply for several internships. I think it's such a great way of figuring out, A, if it's the right career path for you. It's as much the company, you kind of interviewing the company, interviewing the industry, and kind of questioning, okay, is this something I'm interested in? Do I like the day-to-day job? And if you do, it's also a great way of seeing how the science is applied in industry. And yeah, it's very good for the CV as well. And a lot of, I know quite a few people in Atkins, especially in Contamland, that don't have MSCs, but worked with the company through an internship, became embedded within a team, because the internships are quite long, 2 to 3 months sometimes. And actually, through that recommendation, we're then able to get onto the grad scheme without a master's. So yeah, I would say look at work experience, look at internships, especially if you're undertaking your BSc. There's a couple of years there that you can do a couple of internships in different companies, and then for masters, definitely do an internship with that.
Deborah?
Yeah, it's always a question that comes up, because especially we were very lucky, sort of almost looks like 3 of us probably don't have quite the financial strain that a lot of the people on this call may be going through university, and it does change things, and it would have changed things for myself. I was very fortunate enough that I could go straight into my master's, because I was 95% sure that that was where I was going to end up, and that was the career that I wanted. And I think if you're not that sure at the moment, then it's a really difficult step to take. So internships, speak to your universities as well. Hydro is turning up more in university courses and guest lectures and stuff like that, and that's how you can hear about what people are up to. So don't forget to speak to, if you're still at university, like lecturers at that point. In terms of looking to go into contaminated land, there is a great early career contaminated land subgroup at the Geological Society, and they are really active and they hold amazing conferences. So that's something to keep an eye out on as well. And I don't know if anyone's on this, but yeah, they're a good team. You can find them on the GSL website. And yeah, it's hard and it can be a bit demoralizing sometimes applying for internships and bits and pieces and experience, but it does pay off if you do manage to get one. But you just can't get demoralized about anything to do with that, because things work out as they're meant to in the end. But yeah, applying, I wouldn't apply for one and hope for the best. I would apply to 3 or 4 and then see how you get on.
I'd also add to, sorry Ross, just to add to that as well quickly, that there are also other routes, and I'm sure you can testify to this, Ross. I know a few people within the contam industry that when they graduated, they ended up working for a contractor. So they were doing firmly site-based work, and they did that for a year, 2 years, but that's a really valuable set of experiences for larger consultancies that will then look at that and go, that's great. You're an absolute whiz at site investigation, which is the real bread and butter of contam land work, really. So that's another route that I know people have taken if they've not got into the larger consultancies, is to go down the contractor route for a couple of years.
Definitely, yeah. I know a couple of people who've done that, and I mean, I'll hold my hands up. I don't have an MSc, and I also didn't do any internships. I worked at a calendar store over my summer holidays while I was at university to pay for my accommodation. So I sort of entered the traditional way. When I got my last year at uni, I blitzed everybody and anyone who would accept my CV, every graduate course that was out there, every graduate scheme, every internship for sort of 2 months paid. I just hit everybody, and a couple of people came back, and Arcadis just happened to be the one that offered me a job, and I said yes to. So I think my advice would definitely be, just don't give up. You know, if you're at uni and you don't have the option of doing sort of unpaid internships or paid internships over the summer, that isn't the be all and end all. You know, if you have, so my degree is just pure geology. It didn't specialize in anything, but it's broad enough that you don't have to specialize. And you definitely, you know, an MSc is still, it's not essential. Yes, it is useful, and yes, if you want to go and do one, you know, you really should, because they are, you know, they're interesting and they're useful, and you may decide to do one later on as well. But if you've decided it's not for you, don't worry, don't panic. You know, there are lots of people in this industry who don't have MScs at all and still progress and still become directors and associates and partners and whatever else quite high up. You know, my boss, my last company's director, he'd literally just done his BSc, gone straight into work. And there are other routes as well. I know, Malika, you're at Mott MacDonald. Have you met anyone on the environmental technician degree apprenticeship scheme yet?
No, not yet, no.
No, but you I suppose you're the most recent graduate. What's your advice?
So I would say definitely try and get an internship or a year in industry, just because I was told an internship is kind of like a 2-month interview. So it's kind of to see if you're fit for the team, or if you may not even like for me, Mott MacDonald, you may not like the company. So it's for both of you to see if you're a good fit for the company and if you like what you're doing. But then also I would say that possibly me having being on the ME course possibly got me the internship. Because there's so many applications coming through, they just have to screen them. So I would say having a master's is helpful and better for getting a foot in the door, but it's not the only way. But yeah, I mean, I haven't got a master's, and I feel like if I was to do a master's, it would purely just to have the ME or just the letters. I wouldn't be doing it because I actually genuinely like a specific field yet. And I feel that if I'm going to continue in my career and I like a specific field, I can do it alongside working, which I know is also an option. So I think, yeah, I would say go for a master's because you're more likely to get a job when you're applying, even though that might not be what you want to hear. Sorry. But yeah.
It always comes up though, and it is such a difficult one. And as Malika said, when you look through, I get CVs through every now and then, and I don't just look and go, oh, they haven't got a master's, check it away. Like, that's not what we're doing in industry. Yes, when you are in some consultancies and there's thousands, probably hundreds of people applying, it might be a different ball game. But if you're looking at sort of a mid-sized consultancy, other factors come into it just as much as an MSc. Like the ballpark figure I sort of say is that like 3 years of good experience is equal to an MSc. It's kind of how I see it. I mean, that is very ballpark, and people are probably rolling their eyes at it, but that's sort of what works for me in my brain. But other life skills, like, have you been part of a committee? Have you done something? Like, do you feel enthusiastic like about something? That means a lot more to me than just, as Malika said, like 3 letters at the end of maybe getting through a master's, but you didn't enjoy it. So just don't just think, if you haven't got 3 letters, you're not getting anywhere. Like, everyone has something to give a company, even if it's a skill set you didn't even realize you had, basically.
Definitely. I mean, I've found as well when doing interviews, one of the biggest things I look at is, are you going to be able to cope with, you know, the site works? Are you going to be able to cope with working quite closely with drillers who are a unique breed in and of themselves half the time? You know, can you cope with that site works? Are you going to cope with being on a construction site? Are you going to fit in? Are you personable? Do you have all those other things behind you? The masters, you know, yes, it is something we'd look at, but it's definitely not the be all and end all, and it is definitely possible to progress without one as well. And I mean, a lot of the chartership organizations as well. So I'm in the process of applying for chartered scientist and chartered geologist. And as part of the chartered scientist, because I don't have a master's degree, I have to prove master's level knowledge. And I'm going to be honest, that bit is the easiest part of the application, is writing the professional report that I'm struggling with at the moment. So yeah, it is entirely possible. So I wouldn't worry about it at all. I'm going to jump along to another one then. So one of the questions on here, what is the trickiest parts of our jobs? What advice can you give on overcoming that? So let's go to Deborah first then.
Oh no.
Sorry. Sorry.
The trickiest part of my job. I think the trickiest part of my job is probably I run a lot of projects, and I think, I don't like the phrase like keeping the plate spinning, but that's sort of like keeping 20 projects in your head where you've got a rig that's broken down in Swansea and you've got another colleague out there who's, I don't know, multi-parameter probe isn't working in the field, and what are you going to do about it because you need to fix both of these 2 things, and you've got a call with HS2 coming in 20 minutes. Like, that is probably for me the hardest, because I want to make sure everything's going okay all the time, and it doesn't, because especially when you have any field work in place, it just will go wrong at some point. So that sort of being across so many things in once and being so contactable these days is probably for me the hardest part, but it is probably also my favorite part, because it gets the adrenaline going, and that's the problem solving bit that I like. So yeah, I'm a glutton for punishment, but that's probably the worst part. Yeah. Oh, I think you're on mute, Ross.
Sorry. Yes, go on, Josh. I was going to hand over to you.
Most challenging part of the job. So I guess, and I'm sure others can testify to this, we work in consultancy, and consultancy's business model is essentially you have people with expertise and you charge them an hourly fee. And it varies between companies, but that's usually the model. What makes it challenging for us as hydrogeologists is that for some projects, you might be thrown in because they need a hand. There's not much budget. It's overdone. It's over the deadline. There's not enough time to really get to grips. You want to really get embedded in the project, but they just need a very specific bit of knowledge that you can feed to them. And it's about having the skill set that enables you to understand the problem quickly, and then come up with a solution. And this is maybe talks to why not having an MSc isn't always the best thing, because as an MSc student, you have acres of time to really study a subject. And I found it hard when I started off a consultancy, wanting to have loads of time for some problems. And actually the project manager saying, no, we've got a day to turn this around. Like, we need to get this solution done. And actually I've learned through my career that is in itself a real skill. And some of the top seniors that I look up to now have this ability to be introduced to a project that they've never been involved in before. And they can quickly see the wood through the trees, understand what the problem is that needs to be addressed, and come up with a solution based on their understanding of the problem. And it's something that's not necessarily taught in university, but you learn on the job. And I'd say that's still one of the most challenging areas that I find. Malika?
Sorry about before, like my laptop was about to die, so I had to run and get a charger. Yeah, so I would say probably the trickiest thing for me is saying no, because I get a lot of messages saying, can you work on this? Can you add this? And all of those little jobs add up, and you don't realize that, and you have a whole nother project that you have to spend like 80% of your time. So I think knowing when to say no is a really important skill that I've gained. Because at the beginning, I didn't have too much work and I was trying to find any job. And then as soon as I hit January, there was so many jobs coming in. And I was like, I don't want to go back to where I was before a couple of months ago and not having too much to do. So I was like, yeah, I'll take it all. And then I just found that I was getting a bit too stressed. So I think knowing when to say no is definitely one of the biggest skills that I've got from my experience so far in the past year. Yeah. Short and sweet.
Yeah, that one is really interesting, Malika, because if you're a person that can do loads of things, people will just keep giving you more things to do. And then, yeah, especially people who sort of manage to do, who are achieving things, that they just pile it on. And there's no one else who's going to come in and go back, oh no, that's too much for them. So you're doing the right thing.
Yeah, I think everyone is quite understanding as well. Saying no isn't, they'll find someone else to do it. So it's not that big of an issue as well. And everyone, like, if you're scared of a senior person coming up to you saying we need this done, I think you have to don't say no initially. See what the job is, if you can do it, because you want to do it at a high standard. If you're all going to rush it and not do it to a quality that's good, then it's probably better for someone else to take over. So
definitely. And I mean, one of the things I find at the moment, so our contaminated land team here at Pick Everard is quite small, and my boss is actually on maternity leave, so the contaminated land team at the moment is me. So some people from some of the other disciplines, they come to you with some really niche, weird questions that you would never have thought of and then I end up having to spend sort of half an hour, 45 minutes digging in to try actually find the answer. And it's a contaminated land question. It's just something that you'd never have thought of. So one of the areas I deal with is waste. Someone came to me the other day with a question about waste from the waste from the filters of the sewage treatment facility in a prison. And normally this is a fairly easy solution. And then, oh yes, by the way, this also filters out things like mobile phones, packets of drugs, and things like that. And this is an entirely new problem that you just, well, I hadn't even thought of that. No, right. So that's half an hour, and it's really interesting, and you risk getting lost down the rabbit hole a little bit. But yeah, it's just something I'd never even considered until they saw, this really niche problem. And things like that, they can be quite challenging, but they are also some of the fun parts of the job as well. Okay, so we've got a question here from Ollie. Any advice for someone coming to the end of a PhD in structural geology, transitioning to more environmental or contaminated land roles? Okay, so I'll go first. I think my advice would be, when you're applying for the roles and producing your CV, focus heavily on your transferable skills, your site skills and things like that, data management and everything else, because actually that's eminently transferable, and that's the sort of stuff that we're interested in. When I was a graduate, I was doing my graduate course alongside someone who'd done their PhD in management of peat on farmlands. So the PhD has a lot of transferable skills, and they're the things that you need to focus on, not necessarily the fact that the core subject might not be entirely related. The fact is the skills that you've learned in doing that are eminently applicable to what we do. Go on, Malika, what do you think?
Not sure, to be honest. I would agree with you with the transferable skills. But I think it's also important to show, like, if you get an interview, to show your passion, because I think that's really important, that you love what you're doing, and you've got to show why you're taking a certain route over academia, because clearly you enjoy what you're doing and you enjoy a certain aspect. So I think it's important to show why you want to go down that road, and yeah.
I would I'd have it's sort of building on what Malika said, but having a think about that and sort of applying that to maybe whatever your PhD was in relation to. I mean, this might be completely wrong, but if it was structural, for example, you might be into more of the numerical side of it. You may be moving more towards modelling, which might bring you, maybe more into like the land sim, which is sort of like a package that a lot of people use for modelling landfills, surprisingly. But yeah, so maybe just sort of thinking where your skill set that you have could take you, and maybe just sort of doing that research into it a bit, into the contaminated land a bit deeper, just to think through that bit. Okay, yeah, I like this, or maybe I'll be a modeller, and what do they model in contaminated land? Or they do a lot of modelling underneath petrol stations, for example. Just sort of digging through so that you have something to talk about when you get to an interview. And sort of a bit more of an idea of where you want to go, so people aren't leading you so much.
Josh, anything from you?
Yeah, I would add to what Malika and Deborah said about data management in particular. I think as contaminated land scientists, we deal a lot with data, and huge amounts of data, huge amounts of chemical data. And companies at the moment are kind of going through, and call it a kind of digital revolution of trying to upgrade their handling of big data. And I think as a PhD student, you'll also be used to dealing with large amounts of data, and that's a skill set that's becoming increasingly valued by companies. So it's one area that you can showcase in the interview, is your ability to manage data, and that might be through traditional means like Excel and other office applications, but also through newer means like coding scripts and other data management packages. So yeah, that's an area that's definitely being looked on more intensely by companies. Thanks, Ross.
Definitely. So a question for all of us then: what was the support offered by your companies at the beginning when you were transferred from academia to industry, and how long did it take to adapt to the new role? So I think most of us sort of enrolled on graduate schemes, didn't we? I definitely was sort of started and was enrolled on a graduate scheme, given a mentor and a line manager, and there were sort of specific training days throughout the year that we had to attend to. I was given a set of targets and a set of skills that I would have to slowly develop and show that I'd been developing. And I sat down with a wonderful lady called Pam, and she taught me soil logging. And I'm sure she was quite frustrated with me all the way through, but I eventually got the hang of it. So yeah, it was fairly structured for me as a graduate. I knew what I had to achieve. I knew what I was going to be taught. I knew how I was going to get there and what I was told. But I also know that some people, especially for smaller consultancies, it's a lot less structured. A lot of it is on the job, and that is perfectly fine as well. And things will probably get in there much faster. And I find that some of the things that I've learned the fastest are things that I've learned by doing rather than by having someone sit there and talk at me. So I know that there are other ways to do it, and I know that especially the graduates at some of the smaller companies that I've worked at, it has been on the job, a lot of shadowing, going out with someone, them showing you how to do it the first 2 or 3 times, and then sort of releasing you out on your own with a bit of hands-off supervision, and then away you go. You're competent and you know what you're doing.
So I guess I think I'm the only one who hasn't been on grad scheme. So I went straight into being a hydrogeologist at Wardle Armstrong, and it was a bit of a weird start because the hydrogeologists were all in international mining, but being my grade, I couldn't actually go overseas because there just isn't that budget in a consultancy to take a brand new graduate out to Kazakhstan to do some drilling. It just wasn't really available for me. But what I and there wasn't, as sort of Ross said, there wasn't lots of structure in place. I did have to sort of wing it, I think might be the best way of doing it. The idea that I definitely didn't get taken out to shadow 2 or 3 times. I just sort of got given a piece of kit and sent into the field with a mobile phone for support and backup. So I definitely learned on the job, and within the first couple of months, because of how my team was so small at the time, and we had maternity going on and people in different time zones overseas, I was quite often the only hydrogeologist in the UK, which was absolutely terrifying quite a lot of the time, but just gave me a great opportunity. So even if you are, when you are in a smaller consultancy, not that Woodhouse was small, but you know, sort of in those smaller style places, there isn't the structure in place, but you are, I think, given more opportunities to just run with things, which actually for me worked really well, because just that sort of allowed me to get on and do and succeed. Now in my role with EnviroWater, again, we don't have a grad scheme in place. There is no structure to the training, but we have quite a lot of meetings. So when I start with someone new, I sort of have like fortnightly meetings and just constantly make sure that we're ticking off different aspects of the role. I get people involved in project management, so like setting up, working out a budget for projects really early on, like first couple of months, because that's when you need to know these things, that's when you need to see it. So not being on a grad scheme, I actually chose not to be on a grad scheme. That's why I didn't continue with Atkins, because I didn't want that environment. I wanted to just wing it and see where I ended up. So I would never look at a role and think, oh, it's not a grad scheme, I won't get any support, because you'll just get a different type of support, would be my suggestion.
Josh and Malika, you're both on quite big consultancies and been through their grad schemes. How did you find it?
Yeah, and I also worked for in oil and gas, but a much smaller consultancy that had no grad scheme either. So I can kind of compare the two, and definitely agree with Deborah that with smaller companies, you're kind of thrown in the deep end sometimes. What I would say about grad schemes that I think are good is that what matters is that the framework is there. So I think then it comes down to personality. So at the end of the day, if you're uncomfortable going to site and you don't feel, I'm not saying that you would ever be pressured to in any other company, but the framework is there that if you want to push yourself and be involved in projects that are maybe kind of outside the norm of a graduate, if you show yourself to be competent in them, my experience at Atkins is that they're more than willing to let you have a go. It's a bit different with interacting with clients and that sort of thing. There's a kind of training process with that. But again, if you come into the graduate scheme and you've already worked previously, like I had, I wasn't treated necessarily like someone that comes straight out of university, and I've seen it similar treatment with people that have done PhDs and also worked through that process. But yeah, I would argue that basically, if you're someone that wants to be involved and you're willing to give things a go, companies like Atkins, and I'm sure it's the same at Mott's, are kind of they're willing to kind of let you within certain restraints do that as you go through your graduate scheme. So yeah, I found the graduate scheme overall a really positive experience. But yeah, I also found working for a small company really great as well. Yeah, I think both. It kind of depends on your personality as well, what you would rather. But Malika, I don't know if you have anything to add.
Yeah, so I'm currently on the grad scheme. So I've done 1 year, and typically you go on a residential trip and you meet more grads and people that are like you, and you get to like bond over that. But obviously because of COVID, we didn't have that. But we had some online calls, and you get to just network that way, meet people that are in different fields, which was really great actually on the engineering side, because we're working all together at the end of the day, work on the same project, seeing the different sides. I think it's good to see both experiences, because personally, because I'm in the environment team, I don't speak to too many people outside of the environment team. Like, of course, in the office you do, but you don't really talk about projects too much. So I think it's good in terms of that to just network as well, like within the company. So on people at the same level as you, because normally in my office, we only have like 4 grads starting each year. So it's nice to like have the same kind of like level with other people and share experiences.
I would add to that actually, that's a really good point. I think where companies like Atkins and Mott's are quite unique is that their graduate schemes are massive, and you're part of the huge intake every year with other engineers, scientists in totally different fields, but you're part of this framework that's, be it work, social environments. I mean, there's lots of social activities that go on throughout the grad scheme. You forge relationships within a kind of business setting, but it means that you're meeting people from loads of different practices and different areas of the business that you can then take forward throughout your career. I've ended up working on projects through relationships that I made at the first graduate intake weekend that we did. So yeah, I'd say that's a big positive of them, is that these are big companies, and you can meet drainage engineers that you end up doing a groundwater project with years later. So
yeah, I guess because I didn't really have that in my role, but that's probably why I went out and did so much other stuff. So I've been part of, like, I've been going to the regional groups of the GSL all the way through my career and stuff like that, because maybe that I've always chosen to work for smaller companies, so I sort of looked for that networking outside, and that's why I sit on the early career committee, because I just think it's just such a useful prospect. But I sort of forget that how massive some of these other consultancies are. When you're saying like there's 4 new people, I'm like, oh god, we've had like 1 a year maybe. So it is a different world, really.
I definitely remember the arcade, the first time the Arcadis graduate group met in London. We were all brought in, and there must have been about 50 or 60 of us in this room, and it was insane. Obviously now with COVID you wouldn't put 50 people in a room, but at the time it was absolutely insane, and they were from all over, and they weren't all on the geoscience pathway at all. Some of them were civil engineers, project managers, building surveyors, financial managers, all on their own graduate scheme, all brought together as part of this big process with a defined process and a defined program. But then I also worked at MEC, where we recruited 2 graduates there, and their training, I managed their training, and it was entirely different because we just didn't have the resources for that sort of big. There weren't that many of us for a start, but the way the sort of the on-the-job training for them, we could sit down and we could go, right, well, these are the skill sets, we will address them as those works come up. We need to teach you how to log rock core. Well, I can't teach you how to log rock core until we get a job that comes in and requires coring. So until then, we'll focus on some of the other skill sets that we know that we can, we are doing and we can do. And then when that comes up, we'll spend some time doing that there on the job. So yeah, it is very different. But I do think, to be fair, I do think both methods definitely have something going for them. I don't think you'd ever be left out by doing one and not the other. No. We've got a couple of questions on career changes and mature students, and advice for them on embarking on change to the geosciences career. One here from Laura: as a more mature student looking to embark on some internships coming from a distance learning pathway where all field trips have been cancelled, and she finds that most internships are for younger people. What should she focus on for finding an appropriate internship? She's quite anxious. And then another one about, do we have any advice on encouraging a company that mature students with a shorter work life remaining are worth taking on? So I suppose we'll go to Deborah, if that's all right.
Yeah, I actually held sort of a webinar about this a couple of weeks ago, and it was all about sort of changing career and not having a standard job where you've just had one job forever. It was about sort of that confidence to move around. We've recently had somebody join us that has been in China for the past, I'm sure she won't mind, she won't be listening anyway, but she's been in China for the past 7 years, part-time teaching English to Chinese students. And the reason why we were so interested in her CV was that she has such a different skill set, and she can, and it's a confidence that comes for being sort of that side of around 30 to being a recent grad. Sort of if we're going on the typical most recent grads are sort of low 20s. I know it doesn't always work like that. People choose to do their degrees at different times, but sort of being older, you have a different worldly experience and confidence and approach to things that maybe some of the less experienced and more recent grads don't quite have. So there's that element to it, and I think it's just acknowledging that. And nobody's careers go the same pathway, you know, as, you know, there's sort of maternity leave, there's changes in jobs, there's life experiences, there's, you know, there's so much that has changed how people get to places, and there's no judgment on any of that. I think some people can feel like, oh, I've changed my job because I made a bad choice at the beginning. That's not the case at all. Like, you know, everyone on this call, there was somebody that I worked in the pouring industry with. She did a marketing degree and then went straight into the geology degree straight after it, because she was like, nope, that wasn't the right call. I'm going to go and do this now. And you know, she now has such a specific role, but she still drags upon all that marketing experience. So just being honest about where you've ended up and what you want and what you're looking for, and just have some confidence. Everyone's
Definitely.
got some.
Definitely. My first line manager, actually, when I was a graduate, he had a master's in electrical engineering, absolutely nothing to do with contaminated land. I'm not even quite sure how he managed to fall into contaminated land, but yeah, no, he'd never done anything like that before, and he somehow started working for Arcadis and had been there for sort of 30 years and worked his way up to principal consultant, and was quite happy after having done a degree, nothing to do with it. And there was a chap on my graduate intake as well. He was 40 years old. He'd done his degree in geology through the Open University. You know, so it is definitely doable. I think you just talk about your transferable skills, your life experience, and what you can bring to the role. The same as with anything else, really, I suppose. Yep.
Yeah, I would say don't look at it as a negative. I would say it's more of a positive, because you have younger people may not know exactly what they want to do, so they just follow a path that's kind of just set out, whereas you're going outside of your path and you're trying to actively do another job, and you clearly you've done some research, you know this is what you want to do, so if anything, that's an asset. So I think, yeah, definitely don't look at it as a negative. I think there's many routes that you can take.
Yeah, I'd add to that. And also, I think with our job, I mean, geology in general as a kind of umbrella discipline, site, whatever that entails, is a big part of it. And with any sort of site-based job, or a job that has site as an element to it, you're going to meet people from all sorts of walks of life. And I think there's a real skill in being able to kind of adapt. And that's something that, you know, when you come straight out of university and you're 21, you may not be as I certainly wasn't that adaptable when I was 21. I just sort of done geology because I liked being out in the field. But I think when you've had some more life experience, you can bring skill sets that aren't taught at university. I've met plenty of people. I mean, I've met quite a few people, and I don't know if it's the same with anyone of the other panelists, that have worked in the armed forces and have come into doing a more geoscience role, because they were exposed to it in the army. They met some engineers that were working using geology, but they slot in brilliantly with site. You know, be it on an oil rig or working on a drilling project onshore, or whatever. It's demanding conditions. It's tough work, but they're brilliant at it. And yeah, there's other roles like that I think life experience can definitely give you those skill sets that you don't get taught at university.
I think it took me like 3 months to answer the phone with any level of confidence when I first started out.
Yes,
Until then, I was like looking around, seeing if anyone else would pick it up.
The first time you're the one making the client call or something like that, calling to speak to the client, yeah.
Writing out a script. I've done that so many times. Yeah.
Practicing, right? This is what I need to say. This is what I'm going to do.
Taking an hour to write an email to a client,
and then they throw a curveball, and you're on the phone, and you can't go to anyone. I'm going to have to answer.
Yeah, they've gone off the script, and you're like panicking.
Yeah, no, this isn't what I'd agreed. Yeah, this isn't what we discussed. Brilliant. I think we've probably come to the end. Is that right, Becky?
Yeah, thank you very much all. That was a great session to kickstart the day, and I'm not sure if you've seen lots of lovely messages in the chat. Next we have an energy session. I can see the panelists have already arrived, so I'd like to introduce Matt Sharp. Got Mina Starring, Lydia Rycroft, and James Preston. So I think Matt will be kicking off, introducing himself and sharing first. So thanks very much to the Hydrogeology and Contaminated Land and Environmental Geoscience panel. You've all been great. So hopefully I'll catch you in the networking session later. So over to you, Matt.
Thanks, Becky, and thanks everybody from the last session. That was very helpful. So as Becky said, we're the energy session. We'll be following a similar sort of format. So we'll all do a small introductory presentation, and then we've got a few set questions, but if you pop any questions in the Q&A box, and then we'll just sort of follow it as they come through. I'll just try and share my screen. Hopefully you can all see that. So I'm Matt Sharp. I'm the senior geologist at a small geothermal exploration company called Hotspur Geothermal. So I went to Durham University and did the integrated masters. I'll be honest, the reason I did the integrated masters was because we were on the slightly cheaper fees. We were the final year, thankfully. And it's probably a discussion topic that will come up, but generally speaking, professional geoscientists tend to take the master's route, and this was just the most cost-effective way of doing it. When I finished my end of the third year, I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do, but I wanted to stick with the geosciences route, so doing a fairly open-ended, non-specific master's suited me at the time. This is just our technical team with a non-candid expert lithological investigation going on there. So I'm currently the senior geologist. I joined Hotspur Geothermal in 2015 on an internship. So I did 3 months internship, and then they offered me a role as a geologist, and I was promoted to senior geologist about a year ago. So my key responsibilities include exploration program design, field campaign management. So we're quite a small team. My technical expertise are quite limited. So for instance, when we do geophysical surveys, we get an expert team in who just specialize in that, a separate company, and then we'll run the ground logistics in the field. But I do geological mapping, geochemical sampling, things like that. Data review and modeling, a very important part of a lot of projects. We work in remote regions. So local community support is paramount to success. So we spend a lot of time working with the local communities and making sure they're educated and know what's going on and support our project, as well as health and safety and environmental and social stuff. I say we're a small team, so I may be a senior geologist by name, but anything that comes across my desk, which nobody else will take responsibility, you tend to have to do. I don't know if anybody else in this panel works in a small company, but it doesn't really matter what your role is. If it needs doing, it needs doing. So our current project is out in Ethiopia, a place called Mount Fantale. So I just included a few pictures for you. So bottom left is the caldera. Bottom right, we've got another non-candid lithological investigation going on there. Top right is the main spring. So if you work in geothermal, we use the hot springs in the region as an insight into the reservoir. So you can do geothermometry investigations on the fluids and work out what the temperatures could be in the reservoir at depth. And then the image in the middle is the parallel sensor test for an MT survey. So working in volcanic regions, you can't do seismic. So we do a big resistivity study called magnetotellurics. So this is just the team we had in who are testing all the equipment before we start the survey. And then finally, just part of our community relations. So we employed about 80 members of the local community to help during our big survey time, like carrying equipment, digging holes, laboring, things like that. And this is just a meeting in the morning with all of the laborers before we set off for the day, telling them what we're going to be doing. So we don't just work out in East Africa. The top left is a picture of me working in the UK. We do some work here. When the company was formed, it was formed to look at geothermal heating projects within the UK. And then we moved towards East Africa as I joined the company. But we still do a bit of consultancy work. The bottom images are out in Indonesia, where we did some work a couple of years ago, a place called Agen. And then top right is a very famous hot spring just outside Taipei. The image in the middle is a core, so you can see some lovely epidote. Epidote is quite a key index mineral in geothermal because it starts to form around 200 degrees. So if you look at your core samples and you start to spot epidote, you can tell that you had at least decent temperatures at some point in the past. Obviously, there's no pictures of me sat in the office because that's not very exciting. I mean, I'm quite lucky. I do quite a lot of travel. Probably the peak a few years ago, we were traveling 50-60% of the time. But COVID, we haven't been to site for 2 years. So it's not all fun and games traveling around exotic places. We do have to do quite a lot of work in the office too. So a bit about the geothermal job market. It's a small sector. It is emerging. There's lots of people swapping from oil and gas to geothermal. There's a lot of exciting stuff going on in the UK. the sector's really undergoing a bit of a renaissance. There's some projects down in Cornwall and up in Scotland, and there's a lot of buzz around mine workings and taking the heat out of those up in the northeast. So our geothermal internships becoming more common, but a lot of the private sector companies are small, and therefore the opportunities at the minute are quite limited. There are research opportunities, master's programs, PhDs, both in the UK and abroad, if that's sort of the side of geothermal you'd like to go into. Tips if you're considering a career in geothermal: a genuine passion and enthusiasm is step number one. Supply and demand doesn't look in your favor, unfortunately. So the people who do really care about geothermal and have a reason for going for it rather than just think it sounds a bit interesting will get through. You need a bit of a perseverance. You need to reach out to the people, really badger them and know who they are, because the number of people involved in geothermal in the UK is limited, and you can find out who they are. And when the jobs do come up, they tend to go to the people who have been around there for a while. So there's a bit of time and luck involved, but my one biggest bit of advice would be to gain some practical experience. So the picture here is I was out in Mexico before I got my job. I'm doing a bit of volcano monitoring. So, I mean, it was a lucky experience that I could go do that. But as I applied for the job that I've got at the moment, they were looking for somebody who wants to travel and wants to work in these remote environments. And that was the best piece of experience that I could present compared to anybody else who was applying for the job having done this. But I would say that you don't have to be a geo to work in geothermal. There's probably people sat on the call today who may be engineers or may not do hardcore geology, but that's fine. There's lots of jobs in geothermal for engineers and a whole host of people who can work within the sector. You don't have to be a geologist. Finally, I'm also chair of the Early Career Network, so I'm going to give a little plug while I've got people's attention. The Early Career Network is part of the Geological Society, and we run a whole host of events across a massive range of disciplines. The committee's 10 strong, and we all come from different sectors, so there'll definitely be events to cover whatever you're interested in. By early career, we tend to focus the main age range or experience range is people within 10 years of finishing their first degree. But we're definitely open to anybody who wants to be involved. And as a student who's looking to be involved in the geoscience sector, there'll definitely be some events for you. So do give us a follow on our social media and see what we're up to. We have a lecture series running at the minute. And then the next one's probably quite appropriate to advertise today. So we've got Dr. Guy Loftus joining us in a couple of weeks to give a session on the energy transition and careers guidance. So if you're considering a career in the oil and gas sector, or you're already there or looking to diversify, he's going to give an interactive workshop talking about transferable skills and how different sectors and the same skills can work together and what opportunities may present from that. That's it from me. If you have any questions for me following the session, drop me an email or follow me on LinkedIn and drop me a message. And that's everything from me. Thank you. So I believe next I'm passing over to Lydia.
Great, thanks, Matt. I'll just share my screen. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name's Lydia, and I currently work for a company called TNO in the Netherlands, and I work on the CO2 storage team. So I included some photos here, but nothing quite exciting as Matt's field work. I first graduated and worked for RSK and did a bit of contaminated land and geo-environmental consultancy. Then in my next job, I did get to visit a few CCS sites, but just to kind of look around and network and get to know some of the projects. And now I'm very much office-based in the Netherlands. So I also included a photo there of what most of my life looks like at the moment, which is webinars and Zoom meetings. But yeah, personally, I love it. And yeah, I'm here to advertise that geoscientists can also work in an office and have just as much fun. So I also graduated in 2015, and the same as Matt, did the undergraduate masters to get in on those fees. And yeah, so I studied at Imperial College London and just did pure geology, but was also lucky enough to do a year abroad in LA as part of that. So my current role, for those, I'm assuming most people don't know TNO. It's a research organisation in the Netherlands. It's actually quite large. It's between 4,000 to 5,000 people and covers everything from artificial intelligence, defence, healthy living, air quality, those sorts of things. And I am specifically in the energy transition unit. So TNO also includes the Dutch Geological Survey. My team is specifically applied geosciences. There's about 100 in the applied geosciences department. But within TNO, there's a survey and then also a government advice department that covers permitting and anything to do with ministries and councils. So my job specifically is the geological characterization of potential CO2 storage sites. The main role of TNO is to connect the dots between academic research and getting this implemented into an industry setting. So CCS is right in that stage at the moment. So there are projects ongoing across the world. Norway has the only one ongoing in Europe. But so it's getting all the latest data coming from universities, and as new projects are up and coming and are trying to do large scale deployment, getting the latest R&D really into implementation phases. So my background's in geology and I try and do as much geology work as possible, but TNO is quite a big company with lots of projects incoming. So I do anything related to transport and storage really that comes in and try and advise from a technical point of view. So that might be policy or public communication, advice regarding permits that are coming in for storage in the North Sea. And also we do a lot of systems integration work. So for example, a CO2 capture company might not know exactly what pipelines are available, how they can integrate this with other capture units going on, and how do you actually get this all to a storage site. So TNO advises on all of that. One thing I particularly like about the company is because it's so big, we also have capture experts and the transport experts all in-house in different offices across the Netherlands. So I think that's really interesting. So just some current projects that I'm working on to give a bit of an example. So as you can probably hear, I'm not from the Netherlands. And one of the main reasons I came over here is that the Netherlands have one of the most interesting CCS projects in development at the moment, I think. So as I said, Norway is the only one currently injecting CO2 in Western Europe. And the next that is due to come online will be this Porthos project. So they're making an investment decision in Q1 of next year. And if they go ahead, they will be injecting CO2 by 2024. And that will be the first CO2 to be injected under EU legislation. So that's why I moved here and to work for TNO, because I think this is a really new, exciting project. So that's a lot of our work at the moment from the geology side of things, and one of the projects we focus on at TNO and trying to get implemented. But as I said, my job is quite broad. So I've just highlighted some other things we've done recently here. There's a project network. We do a lot of knowledge sharing, working with different projects across the world, sharing our experience in the North Sea with other countries that have projects ongoing, but maybe at lower stages of development. Aligned CCUS was focused on a lot of R&D projects were one capture source and one sink. And if we're going to go to large scale, it's all about getting lots of different industries into one transport network and then maybe going to multiple storage sites. So Aligned CCUS was a big European project that TNO led, looking at how do you actually get these clusters up and running. Another example, we recently published a paper looking at the sustainability of CCS. So aside from the technical aspects, a big thing with CCS is public acceptance. Is it sustainable? Those sorts of questions. So TNO also like to get involved in a lot of the public work regarding that. And then another example, One North Sea is a project looking at systems integration. So can you reuse infrastructure in the North Sea? Who's doing it? Where are the investments? Those sorts of questions to kind of look at in the next 5 years, what's the North Sea energy transition going to really look like? So just a bit about me and my career and how I specifically got here. So like I mentioned, I did my undergraduate masters starting in 2011. I didn't really do anything specific. I did general modules through all 4 years. I didn't really focus on anything in particular. But in my master's project, that was my first introduction to CO2 storage. And that picture there is from the experiment that I got to be part of, looking at if we could use a CT, so just a normal medical scanner, to look at a bead pack, so just a synthetic kind of experiment to see if we could model fluid flow. So that was my first introduction to CCS. I really enjoyed it, but I couldn't really find any jobs at the time on CCS specifically. But I managed to get a graduate role at RSK, looking at contaminated land and environmental issues. And this is actually quite useful for my job now, because I learned lots about permitting, how you actually on the ground go onto sites and do that environmental monitoring. We weren't specifically looking at CO2, but I learned a lot about the general process of what it would look like on the ground if you were trying to look for potentially leakage of CO2. After a year, I then moved to work for the International Energy Agency CCS division. So I interned with them for a year, and they contacted me then a couple of years after graduation, looking for a project manager. And then I finally got to work on actual CCS projects, looking at international developments and traveling the world, looking at different projects, ongoing R&D, and helping look at what future funding was needed in which areas and what the progression of CCS generally looked like internationally. And that's how I came across TNO, because TNO wrote a lot of the reports for the IEA greenhouse gas program. And in working with them, I thought, oh, I really want to get back involved with the geology and the geoscience. So a couple of years ago, I moved to TNO to really get back into the geology side of things, which has been really exciting. So yeah, that's just my quick introduction.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Lydia. Myrna, can you go next? I apologize if I pronounced that incorrectly.
No worries. Let me just share my screen. I have too many windows open.
Myrna, you're a little bit quiet. Could you turn the volume up?
Well, putting this thing down will will help. Thank you for letting me know. My apologies. Yes. Is this visible?
Yep.
Perfect. Then I'll start. Yeah, so I'm Myrna Stading, and I work at Fugro. I'm a product owner and a technologist, and my education is initially very, very broad. So when I left high school, I wasn't really sure about what to do. I was interested in so many different things, most of all in science though, but I was also very much interested in economics, history, languages. So I started off with a bachelor in liberal arts and sciences. Then afterwards, I decided that I really wanted to go into science. So I made the decision to move to geophysics because one of my mentors at the time had a PhD in geophysics and told me loads of great stuff about that. So so that's how I got into that. This was a joint master program. Perhaps some of you have heard about it at 3 universities. Then afterwards, I decided that I really wanted to keep on studying another little bit, but then more in a research direction. So then I went for a PhD at TU Delft, and then afterwards, yeah, I started looking around and thinking, what shall I do? So the PhD was very much focused on exploration, on oil and gas. So my topic was on looking at pre-salt fields. In particular, looked a lot at the Santos Basin in Brazil. Also worked on some shallow marine data in the Middle East, all with the objective of being able to remove internal multiples. So maybe there's some geophysicists on the line that can understand that a little bit. So something deeply technical. So after that, after doing that for 4 years, I just really wanted to get some more practical experience, and also looking at the future, I decided that I wanted to move a bit away from oil and gas and work on renewables and infrastructure. So that's why I decided to start working for Fugro. Just out of, in case you're interested, my hobbies are dancing, hiking, and traveling now that it's possible again. So a little bit more about my current role. So 40% of my time is still as a technologist. I was hired as a technologist a little bit more than a year ago. And in that role, I keep an eye on all the new seismic technologies, active and passive, that are being developed. So keeping an eye on the academic fields, seeing what comes out of there, if there's anything we can use there. But also based on things we encounter in the field, some problems that we might have, clients that come to us with the question like, hey, can you somehow fix this or do this for me? Basically innovation. That's of course involves a lot of prototyping, of coding, conceptual design, things like that. So that's a very technical job still. Also, academic collaborations. We work a lot with different universities, so I get to work with loads of different people. So it's definitely not a job where you just sit, just you and your laptop, but it's much broader than that. Then recently, starting 1st of July, I also have part of my job as a product owner. And this is much more focused on the rollouts, both the technical and commercial of 2 of our seismic products. So for me, that's a lot of learning at the moment. Very interesting, especially coming from this deeply technical background. I was just very curious to see what else was out there, and that's actually the great thing within Fugro, that this is something that you can do. You can combine these types of jobs. I'm also part of this graduate program. It's called UGRO. There we have approximately once a month, we have 1 full day of courses that are very much focused on skills training. So it can be anywhere from intercultural communication, presentation, negotiation, all those kind of things. So that's very interesting, and it gives you the opportunity to get in touch with other graduates that are in different parts of the world. So especially over the past year during COVID, I started working from home, didn't really meet any colleagues, so it was great being part of that program. So projects and activities. Well, actually, all my activities focus on seismic, both active and passive. You see on the left this larger figure with the tunnel that's going through one of our 3D ground models. That's what I spent most of my time on how to build those 3D ground models and how we can refine those. So just using the best of the best new technologies, trying to see how we can push things a little bit further. This is useful for wind farms, offshore wind farms, but also infrastructure, tunnels. If we look at the cities of the future, there's a lot more use of underground space there. So this involves seismic on land, seismic at sea. And of course, if we do want to move to the next level with our products, we have to do that ourselves and code. So I spend quite a lot of my time coding in Python and in MATLAB. Usually that's just the prototyping. After I'm finished with that, there's usually some developers in-house that code it in C# or some other languages. At the bottom we have the signs of the universities that we're working with at the moment. So loads of collaboration going on, loads of joint projects. So that's what I really love about my job, that it's so diverse, and I'm part of the innovation from really the hardware parts that is being built in the workshops, and you talk to the mechanical engineers, you talk to the electrical engineers. Yeah, you see what's possible, why it's possible. Sometimes things seem so logical, but then when they explain to you, well, actually, you know, because of this and this reason, this is rather challenging. So yeah, you learn a lot about different disciplines that are not necessarily your own. So that's what I really love about my job, working with so many different people and learning on so many different areas. Yeah, just a quick overview of my career so far. It's maybe a bit messy, actually, now that I look at it, but I think that basically shows a little bit who I am and how I approach this. So I can be a little bit all over the place, but that's actually what I like, and I think that's also a way you learn. So already when I started my bachelor, I noticed that, well, you know, studying is fun, but I also really want to be part of the community. I want to see what's going on, what is actually relevant. Yeah, learn about people, about real life projects. So I was housing elder in the Housing Affairs Council, or sorry, campus elder. I was a buddy in the Red Cross buddy project, and also to earn some money, I worked with mentally challenged young adults in a lunchroom. That was actually the most fun I've ever had in my life, and I really learned a lot there, and also worked as a receptionist. Then I did my master's, where I did a lot of traveling. So it was parts in the Netherlands, parts in Germany, parts in Switzerland. Learning languages, having housemates from all over the globe has really helped me to grow as a person. And yeah, then into the PhD, which was at TU Delft. But yeah, I did not just want to sit in one spot for 4 years. So I did multiple internships, lived a bit in Brazil, which was really an amazing time, and yeah, been part of associations and set things up. So I would really advise everybody, if you can, don't just focus on your studies, but also do things next to that, because that has really helped me so far. I mean, I'm not that far along in my career, but I'm noticing that really helps. Yeah, and then started working for Fugro as a technologist, and also doing multiple things on the side now that I'm very passionate about. For example, women in geoscience and engineering, so very much focused on diversity and inclusion. Also recently became part of the Young IRO board, which is yeah, organization for the suppliers of the Dutch offshore industry. So yeah, in that way, just connecting people that are from different generations, different communities, different genders. That is just something that really gives me a lot of energy. So I think that's a bit, even though this is a very messy slide, that is the red line of my career so far. Yeah, so after this talk, if you still have questions, if you would like to know a bit more in depth about what I do or what we do as Fugro, or if you have any questions about the UGRO graduate program, please feel free to email me or to email Liz. We would be very happy to answer your questions. Also, I'm on LinkedIn, so feel free to connect there, and I can help out. Oh yeah, this one, if you're interested in any vacancies that we have, if I'm not mistaken, we have quite many at the moment. You can scan this QR code or go to the website that you see here, and take a look. It gets updated regularly, so if there's nothing there of your liking at the moment, it might change in the coming days or week. So keep an eye on that. And all I can say is I can highly recommend starting your career with Fugro.
Lovely stuff. Thank you very much. Last but not least, James, can you present for us, please?
Yeah, no problem. I'll see if I can share my screen.
Hopefully that's worked, and I'll chuck it into presentation mode. There we go. Great. Okay.
I
So
can only see
yeah,
a
hi
black
everyone.
screen,
Oh, no.
James. Oh, no,
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, carry on.
Is that all? Great. Thanks, Matt. Yeah. So hi everyone. I'm James Preston. I currently work as a production geologist up in Shell, based up here in Aberdeen. I'm a geologist by background. I think I ended up studying geology because I couldn't really decide what science to pick at uni, and it seemed like a good mix of everything I enjoyed. So I ended up studying earth sciences at Oxford, not really knowing what to expect, but really enjoyed the course, really enjoyed geology and wanted to stick with it. And that led me to Aberdeen to do a master's in petroleum geoscience, eventually leading to what I do today. So some pictures on the side here. Obviously, a lot of us are stuck at home. So this is what working's looked like for me over the past couple of years. But before the world changed and we could go on field trips, there's a picture there on the top from Spain, looking at turbidites, and a picture below on a nice beach in Portugal, looking at salt tectonics as part of my work. So that's a bit of background. And now I'll talk a bit about what a geologist actually does in the petroleum industry. So there's a typical process through a hydrocarbon project, and you'll see how geology is involved in every step along the way. So the first thing we need to do at an exploration level is to try and understand regionally, what rocks were deposited when, and that's part of what we call the petroleum system, the kind of basic building blocks we need to understand. So we need our source rocks, we need our reservoir rocks, and our seals. That's the basic starting point. And then we've got to try and kind of piece together what's happened through time. So have those source rocks been buried and heated and released hydrocarbons? Can they migrate into our reservoirs? Is there a trap in place based on the tectonic structural history of the area? So once we get our kind of very high level geological concept cleared up and we're happy with that, the next step would typically be zooming into an area. So we image the subsurface with seismic data, so like you can see on the picture there. And basically that's a series of cross sections in 3D, and you're trying to figure out what those layers represent and if those elements of your petroleum system work there. So can we see traps? Do we have reservoir in place? If that looks promising, we can move on to the next stage. You've got to drill it to see what's actually there. So you drill an exploration well and acquire as much data as you can. So maybe you've made a discovery, great, but you've still got a lot of questions. So you've got to draw some more appraisal wells, look for where the reservoir is. Do we have water contacts? And you're trying to build a story and understand a little bit more. Once you've appraised that discovery, you've still got a lot of uncertainty, and our jobs fundamentally as geologists is to communicate and quantify that level of uncertainty so that we can plan around it. So we spend a lot of time building models and effectively working out a best estimate of the range of volumes down there in the subsurface. With those volumes in mind, then we can move over to field development. So putting platforms in place, like you can see on the picture there. And then we've got to drill more wells, and the geologist again is fundamental in planning those wells and tracking them through time. So really here what I'm showing you is that the fundamentals of geology really play a part in all of these different areas across the petroleum industry, and they all require quite different skills, quite different focus areas, and that's kind of part of why that job is so interesting. So to move on to what my actual current role looks like, what my actual job as a production geologist is. In terms of my day-to-day job, as I've hinted at, we've got a lot of data, but it doesn't always tell us a clear answer. There's a lot of uncertainties, and that's where our geological interpretation comes in. These projects, they're big, they're complex. You've got a huge number of people working from a huge number of different disciplines, different backgrounds, and it's your job as that geologist to communicate the geological part of the story and that range of possibilities, so that they can also go on and do their job with that in mind. I guess more practically, some of the things that I've been up to in the past year as a geologist. So I've worked on the planning and drilling of development wells. So as an operations geologist, you're watching the data come in live as well as drilling, and you're constantly on the phone to the rig, like the one in the picture here, to make decisions, stop drilling, steer the well, and so on. And you'll more often than not get a phone call at 3 o'clock in the morning to discuss some data and make a decision, which is all quite exciting. I've also been offshore on a rig as a well site geologist, and so there you're right in the front line in interpreting that data and communicating it back on shore. So you're working with the guys that are running these complex tools and drill bits into the ground, like you can see in the bottom picture. And you're also looking at the rock material that you get back at the surface, which is shown in the little tray there. So it's all very hands-on. In terms of what I like best about the job, I think we'll talk about this in the panel a little bit, but at a high level, you're always trying to work out what's going on with the data that you have. And it means that you're solving a problem or a new challenge basically every day, which keeps things very interesting. As I said, you get to work with a range of different people, which always makes things interesting again. And it's a very obvious real-world application to geology, and there's a lot of responsibility that comes with that. And yeah, the final point, it's great to do geology every day. And, you know, we still do manage the occasional field trip, which I think is one of the best bits about being a geologist. So that final picture there is from a salt mine in Portugal. So the last thing I want to do as a bit of a kind of a general background then before I wrap up is talk about how I got to where I am today. So I've plotted some things here against the Brent oil price. So you can see when I started off at university, things were looking pretty good. Oil price was up, mining was booming. It was a pretty good time to be a geologist. And when I hit my third year, I wasn't sure really what to do. So I did a bit of an internship at a small petroleum company. And also spent a couple of months in Mexico studying volcanoes, which is coincidentally where I've met Matt in the past. That helped me decide on petroleum, but you can see from this chart that oil price has started to crash. So I moved up to Aberdeen to do a master's, hoping that there would be some recovery after that. So I did my master's in Aberdeen. I interned with Shell, but you can see the price is quite low, and there really weren't that many opportunities. So I did some temporary work in a few different places, did a few internships, but knew it wasn't really what I wanted to do. And then I got lucky with a company called ERCE, and they work as a geological consultant for oil and gas, and spent a great couple of years there working for ERCE. The chance to work at Shell came up a little bit later. Lots of interesting projects going on, so that was attractive. So I moved back to Aberdeen in March of 2019, and I've worked on some great projects here for the past couple of years. And I guess a few kind of key points maybe from that journey. First, internships. It's like a try before you buy. Use them in your breaks from studying to get a bit of a taste of different industries, and that's going to help you have a bit of a better forward plan, what you like and what you might not like. If you are interested in something, the master's programs, more and more so, can be a really good way to get hired in that industry. Networking, very, very important. You never know who you're going to meet or what opportunities they might have. So, you know, get involved in societies, attend talks like this, events, speak to people, and get your name out there. And then I think, you know, if you're interested in something, try and stick with it, because you might not be happy working in something else. You can see on the quite bumpy route that I had into the industry, and I almost gave up looking for a job in the industry. I know many people that did from my class, but the right thing turned up at the right time. So I guess my message is just to keep persevering, and I think that's it from me.
Great, thanks a lot, James. Thank you all for your very interesting presentations. I think that gave everybody a nice snapshot into what you do in your career. I think we'll start off with, how did you get into your chosen field, and are there different routes into this area? James, you just touched on that quite nicely. So do you want to lead us off if you've got anything else to add? And if somebody's looking to join the petroleum industry, what would be your recommendations to them?
Yeah, so I think a fairly classic route now is to do the undergrad. More and more companies, particularly the larger companies, look to an applied masters for petroleum. So there's a few good courses. One up in Aberdeen, geophysics in Leeds, down in London in Imperial. So that's a great way, and there's sponsorship available through companies through that. And then it's internships and experience really. So again, a lot of companies look for interns. They do assessments as part of interns to get into grad schemes. But having said that, you can go off to do a PhD in something applied, like sedimentology or structural geology, and the industry also needs experts in that. So that can be another way in. And really, it also depends on the companies. You get big companies, tiny companies, lots of different routes in. So I think mine was probably a fairly classic route in, but there's lots of other options.
Good stuff. Same question to Lydia. We've also had a question which asks, if somebody's doing a geology MSc and they're looking to transition to the low carbon energy sector without any previous work experience, do you have any advice for that? Perhaps you can answer the two questions together.
Yeah, so I think in general, to work in CO2 storage, you can have any discipline and apply it to CO2 storage. So whether that's geomechanics, geochemistry, geophysics, they're all covered in TNO and can all be applied to CO2 storage. So yeah, I think you could either do a master's, or if you did do a PhD in something completely un-CCS related, but you have really got a skill, then I think you're still set to move into CO2 storage eventually. And yeah, I think if you haven't got work experience, I hadn't before I got some of my graduate jobs, so I wouldn't worry. And for many people, it's all about getting money for these jobs as well whilst you're at university, and many internships are unpaid. So I really wouldn't panic about the fact that you don't have any specific geology work experience as you graduate. But yeah, I think passion goes a long way when you're applying for graduate jobs. So if you can at least network and maybe ask people on LinkedIn, can I just have an hour interview with you to discuss what you do in your day-to-day job? When you then go to interview, you can say, I talked to this person, they did this, and I find this interesting. And that alone just shows that you're really enthusiastic, and probably gives you a really good insight into what, these day-to-day jobs really mean.
Yeah, if I build on that a little bit. So I gave a bit of background on the geothermal sector and the ways in, but I came into geothermal sector without any experience working in the geothermal sector. So my driving passion for it was I quite like the exploration side. And I also like the volcanics, and it was the two that came together. But if I'm perfectly honest, it was potluck that there happened to be an internship that came up. It went around the department, and I was lucky to get it. I know there was a lot of people applying for it. But yeah, the key is to just make sure you have a true passion for something. When we all do geology and geoscience, all the skills are hugely transferable. You don't have to have studied something specifically to then go work in it. All these skills all work together, and when you start a career and you start on day one, you realize that your degree is quite a small part of what you learn overall. So don't be put off from trying something because you haven't studied it. Definitely keep your options open and work towards whatever you're passionate about. And finally, to Myrna, if you could answer the question talking about how valuable your PhD has been too, and somebody's asked if it's necessary for career development or open new opportunities for you.
Yeah, that's a good question. That's also a question that I had myself at the time when I was finishing my master's and deciding whether to look for a job or for a PhD. I think it depends on what you want. So if you want to do something innovation related, R&D related, then I would say yes, definitely go for that PhD. Or yeah, if you want to become a professor, then definitely go for that PhD. But yeah, if you're more interested in just getting practical experience, being in the field, learning on the job, then a PhD might not necessarily be the right track. But for me, it's actually been really helpful. During the PhD, I had some doubts at some point, like, hey, why am I actually doing this? Is this really going to help me in my further career? Yeah, so since I started here, I've been in the innovation department, been able to contribute to the developments, even though it's a slightly different field. So going from exploration geophysics to near surface geophysics. But yeah, as long as you're creative and you have a passion for what you do and you want to learn, there's really no issue at all to switch over. And yeah, I actually found my PhD to be quite a benefit, because you learn so many things. You learn a certain way of thinking. I had a lot of academic connections that we could use also in the company. So I think in my case, it was, I'm very happy that I did it, even though there were moments that I absolutely hated it. It was a real benefit, but it depends on where you want to go. If you want to really go directly into a commercial role or something more practical, then a PhD might not make so much sense.
Great, thank you. So we've had a few questions about what the future might look like for your industry and where it's going. I think that's a very topical conversation to have on the energy panel, particularly when we've got people working in renewables and people not working in renewables. So James, can you give us a bit of an update on where the oil and gas industry is at this point in time and where you see it going?
Yeah, you're right, Matt. It's a very topical debate at the moment. So I think people might be worried about the future working on the hydrocarbon side of things in the energy industry. But I don't think that necessarily needs to be the case. So without getting too bogged down in the detail and the debate, at a very high level, population is rising, quality of life's improving, energy demand's expected to go up. We know that. And although we're in a transition, which is all very exciting and we're moving in the right direction, links are still expected to be part of that energy mix for decades, particularly in industries that it's quite hard to decarbonize. And demand is even expected to increase in certain areas. So firstly, yeah, there is still a demand for geologists working in hydrocarbons, and that will be the case for decades to come. I guess secondly, what does that work look like? Particularly in the UK, we've been working away in the North Sea for decades now. We found the easy stuff a long time ago. So what we need now is innovation, creativity, new technologies to keep that domestic supply stable. So things will be really interesting, I think, in the future. And we export those skills internationally. So it's really a global industry, and we're often exporting our skills to other countries in the hydrocarbon side of things. And I would say that in oil and gas, those skills can be transferred to other areas. It's that fundamental understanding of the subsurface which is quite applicable. So, I mean, putting gas back into the ground isn't too different from extracting it. Producing geothermal water isn't too different from a million miles away from producing oil. So there's also a lot of transferable skills even within just pure oil and gas geoscience. So I guess, yeah, to kind of wrap that up, yes, there's going to be demand for decades to come. Yes, it's going to be really interesting. And yes, it's applicable and transferable in terms of technical skills and non-technical skills. So I think in that position where you think oil and gas is going to be dead in the water and there's not a long-term career, I don't think that is the case. I think there's a great future out there, and it's going to be something that's going to be quite challenging and exciting as the energy transition continues. But we're all needed. We're all part of this energy group, right? We need to meet that changing energy demand, and oil and gas is part of that, and it will be for quite a long time. But yeah, it's certainly an interesting time to join any aspect of the energy industry at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good answer. Thanks for that, James. Myrna, you're obviously at the forefront of technological advances. So how do you see your role changing over the next 10 years?
Yeah, it's a good question. And I think a question that a lot of people would like to have a clear answer to. Yeah, in my view, I think it will be something of a mix. It seems like we cannot go without hydrocarbons completely for a while. So it will have to be a mix. And as James already said, we'll have to innovate to use whatever we have left in the best way possible and the most environmentally friendly way possible. But yeah, at the same time, there's also new advances. So there's wind farms, there's geothermal, there's maybe nuclear, there's loads of other options. But the one thing that all these options have in common is that it uses the subsurface in one way or the other. And I think that is the key. And if you just consider it in such a way, whether it's shallow, it's deep, whether it's onshore, whether it's offshore, we need to keep characterizing that subsurface, and we need to be able to do it better and to do it faster. And I think that's that's the most important thing.
If I give a little bit from the geothermal side, the geothermal sector in the UK is booming. There's a lot of projects happening down in Cornwall. There's one that's producing steam at the moment. There's drilling happening at the Eden project. It really is at the forefront of the media's attention with COP coming up. It's baseload technology. Everyone sees it as a direct replacement. The issue with UK geothermal is that our resource is quite low enthalpy, so we're not going to replace huge power plants. It's not going to happen. We're looking more towards the low enthalpy heating side. And that's starting to come through with the mine workings. I mean, big thing at the moment, 25% of the population lives on top of a mine. You can access that heat and then heat your homes with it. But we're a long way down the line from that becoming commonplace for all of us. A lot will depend on the UK government and how the regulatory environment really sets itself up, whether we are able to access this economically and whether it's encouraged from the top level or not. And there's a lot of people lobbying for it. Who knows, we'll see. High enthalpy geothermal across the world. It's been well developed in Iceland, New Zealand, places like that. that will continue. Technological advances, expertise coming in from the oil and gas. We'll definitely be looking at accessing sites which weren't deemed high enough enthalpy to be deemed suitable or economical to develop them. It's definitely a growing sector, and it will come to the forefront. There's lots of research going on. There are opportunities for masters and PhDs, and it's an exciting sector to work in, although it is still small at the moment. So we'll watch this space really. I think a couple of big wins, couple of bit of positive reinforcement that there's value in the sector, there's value in the industry, and hopefully the investment will come and we'll see some progress. Lydia, do you want to talk about carbon capture? And we've had a question specifically relating to Western Europe and how you see that panning out in the next 10 years.
Yeah, so I think CCS is on the brink of something quite exciting. So like I said, the Dutch project is aiming to come online in the next couple of years, and they make an investment decision early next year. And the UK government will announce at the end of this month 2 projects that it wants to give a lot of funding to aim for injection by 2025. And I really think that if CO2 storage becomes a real service that's just available to people, so yeah, I can store your CO2 for 40 euros a ton, then I really think it'll just become a service that develops quite quickly. For example, the Dutch project already has the storage for the first 5 years. Has already signed guarantees of CO2 supply from the emitters saying that they will provide that CO2 and install the capture plant. So the CO2 is there. And I think once all these uncertainties, because at the moment it's finding that investment and that capital. So I think once the first few projects are off the ground, it's going to hopefully go really quickly.
Yeah, sounds like a similar situation. I think all these emerging technologies, that's what we're going to see. It needs the investment, but the environment needs to be right to attract that. If we talk a little bit about transferable skills, I know I spoke about it a little bit earlier. Something I feel quite passionate about. Too many people accidentally pigeonhole themselves as a sedimentologist or a volcano expert or whatever they feel they may be 2 years into their degree. When in reality, when you're at university, you're learning a whole host of skills, both technical and non-technical, and you need to realize that you can apply them all together. A big part of geoscience is solving problems. I mean, James spoke about it earlier, and you're drawing in your geological knowledge, your geophysical knowledge, your geochemical knowledge, and all this data, particularly in exploration, always has huge gaps in it. So there's no right answer. It's all about your interpretation and how you back up what you think is going on, and persuading the people around the table that you're right. And all of that when you're learning and you're at university and you're learning these skills for the first time, looking at your first outcrop or your first set of geophysical data, whatever you happen to be doing. These are all skills that you're learning. You just don't realize you're doing it necessarily. It's having appreciation for how you take these skills and apply them to whatever position you find yourself in. But if we talk about what transferable skills do you think you learn either at university or since you've joined your job recently, and how do you think that helps you do your day-to-day job? Myrna, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, I think what has really helped me is, well, I had on the last slide all these extra things that I did next to my studies. I think those have really helped me. Just get your nose out of the books every once in a while, and yeah, just talk to people from different cultures, different backgrounds, people that think differently than you. The more different, the better, actually. Because that's how you start expanding your boundaries, your box, let's say. So it will be easier to come up with creative solutions and to think in a different way than your group that you grew up with and your culture is thinking. So that's something that is very important. Yeah, but also as Matt said, during your courses, doing field work, just having the experience, being part of a team is also very, very valuable. So yeah, just be out there and do something that you like. I think that's the most important. Don't do it just because you think it will look good on your resume, but do it really because you're passionate about it, and then it will just go by itself.
Great. Lydia or James, do you have anything you'd like to add on that, or do you feel it's been covered quite comprehensively?
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with everything. I think one skill I use every day is report writing, for example, and most of the skills I have from that actually came from doing A-level history, which was completely useless, I thought at the time, and now actually learning how to do critical analysis, writing really succinctly, building an argument has actually been really useful. So yeah, things might not look useful at the time, but yeah, doing what interests you as it interests you and just being open-minded, I think, yeah, is always important.
Yeah, I think for me, it's communication. So we work as geologists. We've got all this a huge amount of data. We don't always have all of the answers, but we're also working with people that aren't geologists, and we have to communicate some quite complicated geological concepts. Drilling engineers. So then you're really thinking about what is the important part of this geological story that this drilling engineer is going to be interested in, and why does it matter? And so I think a really kind of succinct and clear communication, particularly in my industry, is really, really important, and it's something that you do start to develop through the degree, but any other kind of things that you can do as well outside of your degree.
Great. So we've had a couple of quite specific questions. One asks geology or geophysics degree, which is better? I mean, my personal advice would be to do what you enjoy. If you enjoy it, you'll do better at it and you'll like it more. I mean, I'm a geologist. I'm not a geophysicist. I'm not clever enough. But Myrna, perhaps you have a comment to make on that. What attracted you to geophysics rather than some other discipline?
Well, first of all, I don't agree with the fact that you need to be that you're not clever enough for geophysics. I think you can do anything you want if you as long as you're passionate about it and dedicated to it. So yeah, just follow your passion. Yeah, I decided to go for geophysics because I did a lot of theoretical mathematics and physics during my bachelor, and I was looking for something more applied. So for me, that was a very logical transition. And to be honest, I frequently wish I knew a little bit more about geology. Yeah, just think about what you really enjoy most. If you would have to start a course tomorrow and you would have the choice, they're at the same time slot between geophysics and geology, what would you get most excited about?
Yeah, I agree. It's where your skill sets lie. Everybody's different. We've just got a couple of minutes left, so maybe it'd be quite nice if we all go around the table and maybe give one last piece of advice if somebody's either about to start a geology degree, considering a geology degree, or coming towards the end of it. If you were in their position, what would you want to be told right in this moment? So I'll kick us off. I think a passion for what you're doing is key. It's so obvious when you read CVs and personal statements and you interview people, you speak on the phone, who genuinely has a passion for what they're doing. I mean, it's very difficult to decide what that is at that moment in time, but do your research, talk to people, call people, seek people out, and it really does shine through the people who want to pursue this career path or enjoy what they're doing compared to the people who perhaps don't and are looking at a broad spectrum of things. Really have a think about it and think about what you enjoy the best, and that's what you should be pursuing. Lydia, would you like to go next?
Yeah, so I think you already touched on it, Matt, but really not to pigeonhole yourself too early. And the geology geophysics thing resonates with me because I remember thinking in my third year, oh, I'm not going to take a geophysics module. I'm going to do all environmental, and I'm going to do environmental 1 to 4 rather than 1 to 3 and 1 geophysics, for example. But I promise you, your third and fourth years are not as important and like the be all and end all as you think they are right now. And if you want to take a bit of every subject and see what really sits well with you, this is absolutely the time to do it and try out as much as possible whilst you're still deciding.
Myrna, any words of wisdom?
Yeah, just a quick addition, maybe. James had this nice schematic in his presentation with the oil price and the things he did at times like that. I know a lot of you probably are considering what is there after you finish your studies and basing your choice on that. That I can imagine, but I think it's also good to let go of that a little bit. So just, you don't know what's going to happen in a couple of years. So yeah, it's all up to what you like. I think that's most important. Then whatever happens, you cannot predict if what happens to the oil price a year from now. We really honestly don't know. Yeah, I think the only thing that is important is that subsurface use will become increasingly important. So whatever you decide, I think there will be a job for you, even maybe not in the exact field that you initially thought. Sorry.
James, can you sum it up for us, please?
Sure. If you've got a passion for something, stick with it. You're not going to be happy doing something else potentially. So even though our industries inherently are quite volatile, really I think that it's the perseverance. I feel quite privileged to use geology in my degree every day that I work, and I don't think I'd be happy doing something else. So if you're in that position, be flexible and persevere, and it'll all fall into place.
Good stuff. So thank you very much, everybody, for joining us today, and a huge thank you to the three panelists and Becky for putting everything together. If you've got any outstanding questions, I'm sure you can find us all on LinkedIn, or our contact details. Do chase it up. But thank you very much, and over to you, Becky.
Thanks, everyone. That was wonderful, and great to hear kind of from all your different backgrounds and the different things that you do. So a really interesting session. Next, we have a short break, and then we're continuing with environmental, climate change, resource management and adaptation. But before that, I'd just like to show you a kind of quick film from the University of Edinburgh, who are sponsoring our networking session at 4:15 this afternoon. It'd be great if you could come along. So you get to meet speakers, sponsors and GSL staff. And I'll just share this video now. Hopefully you'll be able to hear and see it in a minute. One moment.
Hello, my name is Isabel Graham-Smith and I work in the market and recruitment team within the School of Geosciences at the University of Edinburgh. I wanted to give you a little bit of information about the School of Geosciences and what we do. So we have a range of undergraduate and postgraduate degrees in geography, earth sciences and ecological and environmental sciences. And our interdisciplinary programs span a wide range of natural and social sciences and the humanities, which provides our students with unique opportunities to explore and tackle global challenges. Our programs are taught by world-leading academics in their fields. For example, some of our academics have contributed to the IPCC report on climate change, which is used by world leaders to tackle the issue. We have one of the UK's largest groupings of geoscientists and geographers and a large range of specialist facilities which are used in teaching. And finally, the university is consistently ranked in the top 20 universities in the world. We're currently ranked 16th in the QS World University Rankings of 2021. So we offer a wide range of degrees in earth sciences, ecological and environmental sciences and geography at undergraduate level, and I've just popped them on the screen here, but I won't read through them. And a wide range of interdisciplinary programs at postgraduate taught level too, spanning from applied environmental hydrogeology and geoenergy to environmental sustainability and geographical information science. So there's a huge variety of degrees. And you can find out more about our postgraduate taught programs at our upcoming postgraduate virtual open days. We're hosted a variety of live sessions between the 9th and 11th of November 2021, including a keynote session on climate change. Information sessions about our postgraduate taught programs will be hosted on Wednesday, the 10th of November. And for information about postgraduate research options, you can join us on Tuesday, the 9th of November. And you can book your place on our website or follow the link on this slide. We'll also be available at the networking session during the Geological Society Careers Days on Thursday, the 14th of October at 4:15. And if you can't make the networking session on Thursday, here's a list of our social media accounts so you can keep up to date with what's going on with the school. And we hope to see you on Thursday.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. We'll be starting up at 2:30. So if you want to grab a cup of tea or something.
Thanks.
Thanks. Hi everyone, welcome back. Next we have a session on environmental, climate change, resource management and adaptation. We've got a panel of 4, so Ben Lepley will kick us off. So over to you, Ben.
Thank you very much, and hello everyone. So my name is Ben Lepley. I'm environmental consultant at SRK. I'll get into that in a minute, but with me on the panel here, we're going to be discussing a bit about careers in relation to geoscience and climate change. We have Benedict Robbins from Fugro, Melanie Lang and Geraint Burrows here with me. And apologies because I haven't met anyone else before until a few seconds ago. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, let me kick off with my little share, if it works. Okay. Okay, I hope you can all see that. So yeah, hi. So I'm an environmental consultant at SRK. So SRK is a mining consultancy globally, but I'm based in Cardiff in the UK. Bit of background qualifications. I got 3 A levels from school. I went to Cardiff University and did a 4-year undergrad geology course to get an ME-Sci, which is now called M-Sci, I think, or can be called M-Geol in other places. But I'm also a chartered geologist through the Geological Society and a member of the IOMMM, as it said there. But as it says at the bottom, I have no environmental qualifications yet, although actually I'm in the middle of doing a course right now that I've taken a break from. So in terms of what I do on a daily basis, so my main role is technical guidance, really, with all things environmental, social and governance related to minerals, exploration and mining projects. The kind of things I'm doing on a daily basis, the best bits really are getting out to the field, and that means kind of globally going to mining projects around the world, but generally West Africa and Europe. Meeting local people is the best bit of the job, I'd say, and different clients, different communities, a variety of locations around the world, and really looking and investigating the different settings of these places is some of the best bits. In terms of daily roles then, looking at the environment and social impacts relating to mining projects. Obviously, as you can imagine, there are many, and it's a very destructive industry, but there's a lot of change that's been happening recently. But I also do, a bit of research, a bit of GIS, report writing, and field visits as well. So some of the other, maybe the subjects that maybe you wouldn't think about potentially with being a geoscientist, the project management side, budgeting, client relations, all those kind of things that pretty much every job in the world is going to have at some point. So the softer skills, we can call those. This is where my thing refuses to move on for whatever reason. So let's just go. I've not used it on this computer before, so you have to forgive me. So when I was a geologist, I was a geologist for 12 years with SRK, resource geologist, and then I've converted to the green side, to the environment team. But while I was a geologist, I used to do a lot of geological modeling. Some of the pictures down here are some of the models I've been involved with, and a variety of projects. So, looking at iron ore, bauxite, nickel, rare earth elements, and even gold for my sins. And then recently working on the kind of ESG side of things, looking at nickel cobalt projects, cement, bauxite, there's a whole different range of things. Anything that's a metal or a mineral, I've basically looked at. And some of the other projects that I get involved with, the Critical Minerals Association is a good one, where we're looking a lot at public perception of mining and how people have a very poor understanding of it in general. So very briefly then, my kind of path, I guess, is, starting from the left-hand side, starting with a passion, with a love for the outdoors, going to school to get the kind of geography, geology, biology, A-levels, going to university. Didn't get any work experience, which is unusual now because most kids at uni, most students at uni go and get some work experience, and I would recommend that now. But I was lucky enough to land an internship, which then turned into a full-time job, allowed me to go to Sweden to work for a while. I became chartered, and then I started greening myself and getting interested in environmental issues. And earlier this year, I actually converted to the environmental team. But at the end of the day, it's all about passion, and that's driving me to go to the environment team. So another thing to note is that, as I said, I'm not qualified at all in terms of environmental management, but through different skills that I've picked up as a geologist, I've been able to transition. So it needn't be a linear pathway. It's basically the message there. So I think that was pretty much all I had. So let me stop sharing, and I can maybe pass over now to, I don't know who wants to go next. Whoever put their hand up quickly. Melanie, how about you? Are you ready to go?
I am. There was an order, but I'm happy to go.
Is there? I've just ruined the order.
Yeah, you were, because I was supposed to be last, so I was snoozing a little bit. So,
I don't mind. I'm not bothered. Whatever you want. You can go ahead.
Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So hello everyone. My name is Melanie Lang, and I work for the British Geological Survey. So my talk is going to be a little bit different, I think, to everyone else's, because I'm actually going to talk a little bit about my career pathway. But because I'm so much older than everyone else here, I actually thought I'd give you some top tips on how to develop your career in geoscience. Okay, so I started with a BSc in Earth Science and a PhD in Geological Evolution of a Lower Paleozoic Basin. That was the Welsh Basin, actually. This was Ordovician Silurian, and I was headed for the oil extractives industry. I mean, this was sort of exactly where I would have gone. But actually, the bottom fell out of the oil industry at that time, and then I think I embarked on sort of a fairly sort of unique journey. I think everybody's career is unique, but lots of sort of turns. Definitely wasn't as I'd expected. Currently, I'm a chief scientist for environmental change at the British Geological Survey and a professor of isotope geosciences at the University of Nottingham. So I definitely greened since my degree days. So this is my career in a nutshell. I did my degree in resource geology and a PhD in Paleozoic basins, as I've said. And actually, critically here, the BGS was a case partner, foster those relationships. When I came out of my PhD, there was no jobs, so I took on a temporary role as a radiogenic isotope technician, which actually was mostly washing floors. But I was in the right environment. Actually, it's really important to be in the right environment, and actually sometimes you have to step back in order to move forward. I fairly rapidly moved into the stable isotope technician because there was a missing, there was short of staff, where I learned the skills of data generation and mass spectrometry. And actually, I love mass spectrometers, and I was a very, very good technician. So I then became interested in the data and how we interpret data and what we use the data for. And so I think probably around 97, I became what I consider a stable isotope geochemist, and where I did lots of project management. And again, it was mainly environmental focus. I became head of the group, a team of 7. And then I took a bit of a risk, and I was co-appointed as a professor of isotope geoscience at the University of Leicester, just to get me into a bit of teaching, more interaction with students. This then led me into to become a science director for geochemistry at the British Geological Survey, where I looked after 40 staff, and I was cross-appointed with the University of Nottingham at that time. And then ultimately, because I've kind of built up my skills in project management, people management, I'm now the chief scientist for environmental change and a professor, and I now look after 105 people. So, you know, currently my job is very admin focused. And as I say, I started off from essentially washing floors. I know it was a very long time ago, but actually I just used lots of opportunities. And this is just to show you, I was asked to provide some pictures of me in the field. So here I am in the field. I still, well, up until 18 months ago, I did lots of travel, and here I'm on the Southern Ocean, but I've actually probably traveled to every continent in the world with my job. So I've got 4 top tips for you in your working life and to get going in your working life. As I said, don't be afraid to step back in order to step forward. People are really important. Making sure whatever role you have a good and supporting line manager. And make sure they do their job, actually, you know, catch-up meetings, take minutes when you talk to them, when you have formal meetings, use your annual appraisal to clearly outline what they want you to achieve and what you want from them. But your manager can make a lot of difference in your working life. I've always had a mentor. I still have a mentor. Hopefully you can choose someone who's positive and supportive and encouraging. Mentorship is all about sharing knowledge and experience. So you actually want somebody who's a little bit more experienced than you. But mentoring can be formal or informal, but it usually starts when a change is required. So if you get a little bit stuck in your career, actually think about a mentor and they can give you lots of ideas that you may not have thought about. Networking to get to know people is really important, both within the office and the discipline and even the building that you're working in. And I think this is really important now, especially in the Zoom world that we're in. It's actually really important to get out and see people, because this is not the best way of communicating with people. If you do all those things, opportunities will emerge, I've no doubt. My second tip is to get noticed, showcase what you do. So presenting your work can be challenging, but actually it's essential. There's no point doing things if nobody knows you're doing it. You might want to start small if you're a little bit intimidated by this. You can give presentations to your colleagues, your manager, but long term, think about bigger groups, think about conferences or stakeholders or clients, depending on the industry you're in, or your senior managers, but never be afraid to actually showcase what you do. Many people find speaking in front of audiences really hard, daunting or debilitating. I've written here, seek help, you know, it's practice. I you know, it doesn't worry me now. I'm not saying I'm the best in the world, but I used to be really, really scared of actually presenting in front of people. You can attend training courses, there's lots of things you can do, but you have to force yourself out of your comfort zone. One of my top tips to lessen the stress of presenting is practice. You know, use PowerPoint presenter tools, write memory aids on small cards. You do lots of things. Even now, I have a list of things here. Look, I'm not going to forget to say. Be body language aware. I don't know if anybody here has come across Amy Cuddy's TED talk on your body language may shape who you are. Really recommend it. She's brilliant. And actually, the superwoman pose that this lady here is showing is one way to reduce anxiety and stress. Gets your endorphins going. Everyone should have an up-to-date web profile. If you're not on the web, you don't exist in this modern day. Make sure your Google Scholar, your ORCID accounts, LinkedIn, social media, you know, get involved. Whatever, we're all on the web anyway, so make sure you're in control of what is on the web that we want to portray others to see. Oh, there's my Twitter handle, by the way. I'm very active on Twitter. Continuous professional development. Some expert skills for any role can be gained through formal training courses. Take the initiative, search out the desired training courses within an organisation, discuss with your line manager, make sure that you do some training every year. It's really important to continuously develop yourself professionally. Some training can be on the job, you know, your peers or your line managers. Just grasp all the opportunities that come your way. Tracking and documenting your skills and your knowledge and experience is really important, actually, both formally and informally. Keep your CV up to date, really important, because you'll forget of all the things that you do if you're very active. Volunteer to train others, especially if you see a skills gap. Really important to connect with your peers and be helpful and responsive to the organisation. Learn to say yes. I was actually quite interested this morning when Malika Tank said, "Learn to say no." My go-to phrase is say yes. Grab opportunities as they arise. Everyone loves positivity and energy. Apply for positions of responsibility, even if it's just looking after the milk club or organising the outing on a Friday night after work. Volunteer to substituting for people when people are off sick or unable to do their role. You know, be the person that everybody wants you to be in the organisation. I would also agree with Malika. Learn to say no. Take care not to be overcommitted. Sometimes it's a good idea not to give an immediate answer to every request. You might want to think about it. Saying yes should be an opportunity. Sometimes people just like you to do their work for them, so just a little bit careful about saying yes. But in general, I would be positive and help people. Work-life balance. I would say, especially in the geoscience, lots of people consider work their vocation, and this is my experience, especially in the university sector. You shouldn't be put off by the culture. It exists, certainly. There's people that work 80-hour days, but we don't expect it, and certainly I don't expect it. People do work those long extra hours, and it can be at the expense of their own life. This is me 25 years ago with my son, who's actually now a lawyer. I don't hold that against him. Work can be stressful. Remember, your mental health is really important. Many organisations offer welfare services, and you can seek help through your manager, HR, and your GP. So finally, work hard and enjoy yourself. And I've had, I'm a lot further on than most of you on this call. I appreciate that. But, I've had an amazing career, and I've got some amazing colleagues who've turned out to friends over the years. So enjoy your work. Okay, that's me. Thank you.
Melanie, that was brilliant. That was such a different way of doing it, and I really appreciate that. And I think a lot of these career things can be very focused on, like mine was, basically career, how do you get there? But you're right, all the softer skills that you're talking about there are so important as well, aren't they? Yeah. Okay, should we pass over to Benedict?
Hey there. Yep, thank you so much, Melanie. That was fantastic. Now I'm going to pull it back in a different way again, which is what I prepared for. So let me just share my screen. Can you see that? Can I just have one thumb up?
Yes.
Yep. All right, brilliant. Okay, so why are we all here? Essentially, it's a fantastic way for us to understand different opportunities you have, and this is to really inform your decisions. This session is all about building a sustainable future, and that's really one of the strategic shifts at Fugro. Together we create a safe and livable world, but really that's what we're aligned towards and what we're really focusing on. So a bit about myself. I'm a supervisory geophysicist at Fugro Consultancy. I'm also the product owner of a new development that we're working on in innovations with seismic inversion in the offshore wind sector. I'm on advisory boards, but I've been helping out with Becky and for GeoSoc for a couple of years. I was a panelist last year, focused on carbon capture and storage and offshore wind, and today in this session. My background's in geophysics and carbon capture and storage as a master's from Edinburgh University. So I'll go through a bit more about Fugro and G-Consultancy, just to have a little flavour of what we do, understand a little bit more of what my role looks like and what does it look like in the office, but maybe offshore as well. And things I like best about my role and how my career kind of has unraveled so far. Fugro essentially is all about, we're world leaders in unlocking insights from geodata and looking at data in a new way, and how do we provide unique services to our clients. And that's really essentially what Fugro in consulting is emphasizing. Let's take a wind farm project and think about all the different skills that you would need in order to deliver that project, from the geophysical acquisition to the geotechnical skills and geological skills, the geohazards assessments. You even have weather linked in with a meteo scan for the vessel times. And that essentially builds it. Where I work is building ground models. So I work with an integrated team, multidisciplinary, and we build ground models to help understand what the site is to build on a wind farm. So we'll have a desk study, and then there'll be several phases. You'll have your preliminary geophysical survey, and you'll have your reconnaissance geotechnical survey, really to get for clients to de-risk the site. And at each point, we're understanding the ground and building up that framework. Then you have your detailed geophysical and geotechnical campaign, and you're improving the ground model. And then finally, you're putting your wind farm there. So that's a perfect thing. So some of the key offshore wind projects I've been involved in. So you've got Triton Knoll, Sophia, NNG. I've also been offshore, site acquisition in both land and offshore. So with Racebank and East Anglia too. So my current role, essentially I load a lot of data, interpret a lot of data. That's the core responsibilities of myself, and QAing others. So you have seismic and geotechnical, and this is a data example of what UHR seismic looks like. And then you have the ground truth data, and from that you'd pass that to the engineering geologists. They'd come back with getting these formation tops, and we have to link those to the horizons that we interpret, which are here. And essentially we build that model in a 3D domain, focus on client liaison, report writing, also do data acquisition as well. So what does that look like in the office? We work autonomously, and it's task-based. So because we're such a large company, 10,000 employees, our teams mean that we work on these big projects, and your team allocated specific scope of works, and then yourself would have specific tasks that you need to do within that. And we work quite autonomously, and it's all about building trust and understanding your roles and your competencies and your skills. Hybrid working at the moment, which is now 3 days in the office, 2 days working at home. Core hours are generally 9:30 to 4:30, and then I'm connecting a lot more with America, Houston office, so I might work later hours, but generally there's a degree of flexibility as long as you can work your hours. That can be 7.5, 8 hours. There can be tensions when there are upcoming deadlines, and we are all determined to deliver, but then there's degrees of flexibility. And we work internationally, and we also have colleagues internationally, so it's really important to be able to pick up a call, be able to connect with other colleagues and work and deliver on what we say you're going to deliver. And we've got a culture of innovation and share weekly knowledge shares about different things going on in the organization to help people become aware of what you do and help us all align together. What does it look offshore? So here's an example when I went offshore on East Anglia too. I was LSE on board Y-line, and there you go, nice smiley me, getting ready to go offshore. That was the Gargano, nice, great ship. And I was performing wireline logging, and your first stint's really great. You generally go as a trainee, you're observing and shadowing people. Then you go again, and I go probably once or twice per year. I've reduced that largely because of family. It's generally about 4 to 5 weeks per trip, and the hours are long. It's 12-hour shifts when you're offshore, and that's what we focus on: data collection, whether it's geophysics or geotechnical, or in this case, borehole geophysics. Key culture is health and safety. So if you're in a LSE position, you need to do toolbox talks for everyone on a back deck to ensure that all the work procedures are followed in a safe and efficient manner. And then you're liaising with your client as well. Now, here's what I like best. So, I mean, Fugro is dynamic. I'm constantly challenged on lots of different projects. And the great thing that we're focused and aligning towards for the renewable sector is it's a passion of mine. I studied carbon capture and storage. There is career progression where I am. I started off in land as a project engineer, moved up to a supervisory, a senior project engineer, geophysicist. I'm supervisory. I'm sort of like the product owner as well now. And there's that opportunity. I've worked in both land and in the field, in a variety and multiple different teams. And then I think one of the other things I really love about Fugro is that we've got this real culture of innovation and R&D. And just to understand that, I had an idea, discussed it with my line manager, kind of like Melanie had mentioned, talked it through. We kind of did a proposal, discussed it with my director, and in the end it went up to the business line, and it got funded. And that's just an example of how, you know, we're really open to new ideas. In terms of positioning, we're I guess market leaders globally in lots of areas in marine, particularly with geophysical, geotechnical, and geoconsulting, but also in land as well, nearshore, position 1, and also globally with geotechnical investigations. My career has been interesting. Now, I'm not going to go into all the details, but really just think about what is your choices you're going to take as you come from this conference or as you're going towards the end of your course. Post-graduation, for me, I hadn't got any experience, so it was important for me to get that experience. So I ended up going to BGS, and then from the skills I attained, I was able to get contract work. And then I joined Fugro in 2013, and essentially, as time elapsed, it got more responsibility. There were different opportunities, and I just added strings to the bow, so to speak, and it created different avenues that I could go on. One of the things in blue, you can see I was able to be involved in overseas trips. So Mozambique and Turkey were highlights for me. And in Turkey, I was managing a team out on the mountains with ERT. And then in 2018 came to marine and have worked on several different offshore wind projects. And I've also worked in a geotech capacity as well as BGL capacity as well. So I mean, I'm just going to leave you with a few quotes, because I think the world we live in really is all we have. So I love Wendy Burrell's quote saying, "The earth is what we all have in common." Are you going to be part of a change you want to see, whether that is at Fugro or somewhere else? But obviously I'm representing Fugro here. And I would encourage you to start building your network now. Get in contact with me. We've got some graduate opportunities. We've set up a careers page for this event, essentially. So I will drop that in the chat. Please contact me on LinkedIn. That's a preference rather than emails. And if you do QR, take a picture now. All right. Thank you very much, Ben. Back to you.
That was awesome. I mean, again, it's just showing that everyone changes careers several times in their lives. So, yeah, something that maybe the students can take away is that there's not one job for everyone, right? So, yeah, thanks for that. Right, let's just move on to Geraint, and then we can have a bit of a group chat afterwards, yeah? Okay, Geraint, over to you.
Thanks. Yeah, hello. Just share the screens. Can you see that? You can see that?
Yes, all good.
Brilliant. Yeah, hi, my name is Geraint Burrows. I'm a hydrogeologist stroke wash engineer, and I started life as an exploration geologist from Cardiff University, and then went into gold exploration for a little bit before moving into water as a preference, and ended up doing a community water supply at Cranfield University to get me into the humanitarian sector as a wash engineer. And then a few years down the road, I then did an MSc in hydrogeology from Birmingham University. And my current role is the Chief Executive Officer at Groundwater Relief. Groundwater Relief is a UK registered charity. We are quite a small startup charity still, I would say, forming in 2016. Our object is to provide relief, support, income and livelihood opportunities to people anywhere in the world who lack access to safe water. And we do it through a global membership of about 400 groundwater experts. And we've got several beliefs. We believe that groundwater resources should be managed fairly and sustainably for the benefit of all. We recognize the limitations of any individual and therefore try and always work in teams and try and find the most skilled and expert people to support any particular project. We believe in making all our data publicly available. And we think that if we can promote understanding about groundwater resources to people, that will empower them to be better custodians of those resources. So I'm calling from Bangladesh. We're currently working on a project here in a place called Cox's Bazar, which is hosting at the moment about 1 million Rohingya refugees who fled across the border from Myanmar to Cox in 2017. We're at the moment, we've been working here since 2017, and we've managed to remap the geology of Cox's Bazar district in collaboration with Dhaka University and the Department for Public Health Engineering. And we're currently here on a project with Oxfam and again Dhaka University and UNHCR. And the idea of this project is to investigate the groundwater potential of a particular aquifer system called the Tipan Sandstone, develop a well field in that aquifer system, and then that would be the source for water supply down to the south of the district, which has got a different geology, mostly shales, to supply water to the population there through a pipe network system. Over the next 2-3 months, we're going to be doing 2D geophysical profiling to support additional mapping of the Tipan Sandstone. We'll be investigating existing boreholes through doing pumping tests down the whole geophysics, borehole camera surveys and water quality testing. And then we're going to be drilling some pilot boreholes as well to fill in some gaps. And this is all going to feed into a new model of the Tipan Sandstone. In addition to that, we're also working with a University of Chittagong to do an economic study of water use and water demand in TechNav to help support the planning of the pipe network system. And before coming to Bangladesh, we've just been in Yemen. In August, there we were assessing groundwater potential and risk in the southwest of Yemen, which is a very vulnerable area for water supply, with lots of issues with salinity in the groundwater resources there. So we were supporting Solidarities International there, in these 4 districts that you can see here. The key field program objectives was to set up a groundwater monitoring network, because currently, following the civil war in Yemen, there's absolutely no monitoring going on at all in the south at the moment. So we were working very closely with the National Water Resource Authority, which is the authority responsible for groundwater management. We had a team with us for a month period as we were doing the field work, who we was in effect working with to set up the groundwater monitoring program, so that it would hopefully be sustainable going into the longer term. We're also collecting information about irrigation use, because it's about 95% of water use in that area. And we were using the data that we were collecting to calibrate against satellite information, working with which is satellite catapult applications, which is the UK sort of space agency. And we were mapping water quality in the key towns on the coastal area. I mentioned, so how did I get here? Well, as I mentioned, I started off in gold exploration before moving into the humanitarian sector. And then from my MSc at Cranfield University, I was able to get a foot into the door as a wash engineer, initially as an intern. I think most people who get into the humanitarian sector start in some kind of almost voluntary role, before moving on into organizations like the International Rescue Committee, Oxfam, Médecins Sans Frontières as a wash engineer. And then after a while, realized that there was some significant gaps in expertise within the humanitarian sector, felt my own weaknesses, so did this hydrogeology masters, and then ultimately I've been trying to link up technical experts from companies and organizations across the world with the sector, so that we can bring expertise into the humanitarian and development sector in general. My advice to you out there is to follow your interest and your passion. Whatever you're interested in and passionate about will be your driving force to excel in that particular subject. If you want to get in touch, if you're interested in humanitarian and development work, then please give me an email. We do internships, and we're always looking for young, bright things who are willing to get their hands dirty and get involved. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Geraint. That was brilliant and completely different again. That's the thing about this this conference. You realise that geoscientists, although we might all be trained within the UK, we do such a wide variety of things, don't we? And I think we've all kind of moved careers and wandered around, like we've all suggested. But we've all kind of ended up towards as this panel suggests, the kind of climate change, or interested in more environmental type issues as our careers have maybe progressed. Like Geraint, yourself, going from gold exploration through to water. Could you maybe pinpoint why you changed, or what was it that did it for you? Was it just driven by passion, or?
Well, so gold exploration, I did it in Australia first of all. It was absolutely fine, because you're kind of taking minerals out from an area and the money's going straight back into the country. But when we were working in Central America, for example, the majority of the money coming out from the gold that was being found was going straight to Canadian Stock Exchange. And there was obviously clear needs in Nicaragua, including basics like water. So I think I was more. I think that was the turning point for me. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. And actually, for me, it is the last couple of years I've been working on more and more gold projects, and realizing that maybe critical minerals is the path to go down. So that's why I've kind of diverted routes. But yeah, how about you as well, Benedict? You seem to have you changed. I'm guessing at the start it was more oil and gas related when you were doing ground modeling, and then you've moved towards the kind of wind turbines. Is that a correct assumption?
Sort of, yeah. I mean, typically I studied under John Underhill, geared up towards the oil and gas industry, but there's a very strong link between Edinburgh University and BGS, particularly at Murchison House. And Stuart Hazeldine was pioneering carbon capture and storage, and I saw, the greener side of me was coming out, thinking, how can I use these skills longer term for the environment? So I moved towards that, and then at BGS was working with CCS skills until moving eventually towards the wind farm here.
That's what I consider to be such a great attribute of geologists, geoscientists, is that we've got this skill, right? And you and I have got similar kind of skills in geological modeling, I guess, very different ways of getting there, but we've used it for completely different purposes, but it's a skill that's transferable. And you've got a skill that was maybe designed to be more towards oil exploration, but now it's capture and storage of, which is what a lot of students going into university now are thinking, why do I want to get involved in oil and gas, in mining, these destructive kind of things? I actually want to be going this way, but essentially getting a geoscience degree opens you lots of doors to all different sorts of the careers. So
yeah, I absolutely agree with you, and I really like Melanie's talk. Just her progression, and done so many different elements and things. And I guess it's I think the central theme between all of us, if I'm right, is letting your passion and your interest lead you, rather than defining what it has to be, going with what interests you, because you often, what I found, there were lots of things I didn't know, well, still lots of things I don't know, but I was becoming aware of what is out there and pursuing those.
Absolutely. I completely agree, and like I said at the beginning, I had no training whatsoever in what I'm doing now, but I've got skills that are useful. So Melanie, do you want to give us a bit of a rundown on how you see that in terms of what key skills the students are going to need, really, considering climate change, geoscience kind of roles?
I think the BGS strategy has actually changed in the last couple of years. We have a new strategy that started 3 years ago, and actually we call it the Gateway to the Earth. You can get it online, but basically we as geologists are actually moving towards solution-based research here. So we have three areas of interest to us, which is decarbonisation and resource management, environmental change, adaptation and resilience, and hazard mitigation. So we actually are going much more towards the solutions to net zero. And I think geologists either fall into the solutions or the extractive industries. I think it's generally one or the other. We're certainly going towards the more sort of societal requirements. Not saying that we do work in the extractive industry. We don't really do hydrocarbon research anymore, but we do CCS, we do geothermal. We do looking for critical metals. We're not necessarily into gold mining, but critical metals for batteries, for example. So in fact, I think if I was starting out in my career now and I was environmentally focused, I would actually look at those areas, because I think that's the way the rest of the world is going as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and those skills are going to be required all over the world as well. And one thing I picked up from Geraint's talk was, looking for water. Water's going to become the biggest thing, biggest resource out there. That it's kind of in the UK. Maybe we don't think about it as much because, I'm in Wales now. Obviously it rains every day, but and you studied at Cardiff as well. But water is such a big resource that's just under thought of, maybe. Go on, Melanie.
But in terms of water, we need to think about flood and drought. As with the climate change models show us what's going to happen in the next 100 years. We actually need to be ready for that, and we actually need to understand our water resources. So we need to be prepared for, in some areas there will be droughts, in other areas there will be floods. But certainly in the UK, we just have to look at what's happened in the last couple of years. We have periods of intense downpours, and then we can have whole months without rain. So in fact, it's managing those resources. So in fact, even though it's very wet in Wales, you have to be able to understand what we're going to need to do in terms of mitigation, because the flooding in Wales is only going to get worse, isn't it? So
absolutely, we have to wrap up in a second, so maybe if I can go around to each of you and give one last little tidbit. So I'll start with you, Benedict. Anything you'd like to add?
I really like the points about getting connected on social media, particularly like growing your network. Get connected on LinkedIn, or just connect with people who are here.
Fantastic. Geraint?
Yeah, well done. You're in the right profession, I would say, in the study area already. There's so much opportunity. There's so much work that needs to be done. And so, yeah, keep it up.
Super. And Melanie, one last thing from you?
Yeah, your world's your oyster. Go with your passion. There's lots of aspects of geology we can all connect to, and geology is great. I look at this geological maps on my walls here. I actually mapped part of that many years ago, and just go with the flow, but take opportunities. Be the one who says yes.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, just to point out the very last thing for me, that geoscience underpins all of these different climate change activities that are going on. So don't just think if you're a geosciencer you're not going to get involved in the climate change kind of mitigation, adaptation. It's all it's all part of the solution. So yeah, over to you, Becky.
Thanks everyone. Some really great presentations there, and really interesting to hear about your different backgrounds. So thank you very much. The next session we have is all to do with applying for jobs. So CVs, networking, interview skills, cover letters. We've got a great panel. I'll hand you over to Eric Downey, who will be leading the session. So thanks all, and over to you, Eric.
Becky, I'm having trouble trying to find out how I share. Oh, I can share my screen now. Sorry, I do apologize. Yes, you've let me do that. Thank you very much. So you've been one step ahead. Hi, everybody, and welcome, and thank you very much for joining us. We have a fantastic group of people for you today. I'm going to, hopefully you can all see the screen. Can everyone see the screen? If our panelists can see the screen? Yes, that's all good. So we have two industry speakers, and we've got two university speakers. And what I'm going to do now is sort of let everybody sort of introduce ourselves, and then we'll talk around the different sort of points. And so we're not going to spend a lot of time talking about our career, but we'll talk about CV guidance, cover letters, interview techniques, and networking sessions as well. So without further ado, I will start off with Sachin. Hopefully I got the name correct.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. Yeah, my name is Sachin. I work for SRK at the moment. This slide just shows a bit about my journey and where I've got to, various educational institutions and chartered geologists and things like that. And then if we could go to the next slides. So yeah, I currently work for SRK. I'm a tailings and mine waste engineer. This just shows some of the projects that I am currently working on and have previously worked on, some designs that I've done, but also I think hopefully you can see the kind of scope that I work in, all the way from the Sahara to Siberia via jungles and kind of old facilities that are maybe a little bit dangerous in Eastern Europe. And then next slide, please. Yeah, and then these are just some of the projects that I've worked on previously and some of the things I've done. Again, big infrastructure projects. So you've got nuclear power plants down there with Sizewell, as well as land regeneration projects. Carrington is an old petrochemical site just outside Manchester. Some cool stuff there in Liverpool. It's a big art installation, and some of the kind of digital groundwork that I've done before. So just a kind of a quick overview of the types of different projects that I've worked on and maybe why that's relevant for discussion today. Thank you.
Right, just because I'm here, right, I work for a company called Structural Soils. I'm an associate director, and I started off sort of 10 years as a contractor, 10 years as a consultant, and 10 years with Structural Soils. So I have a very varied job, which is fantastic, and I love it. I can be on site, I can be in Kazakhstan. So again, I've also been to Kazakhstan, and it's quite a fun place to work. I've also been to the beach working, so I get paid to go to the beach. And I get paid to talk to people about the services we offer. How has my career, in a nutshell, sort of grown in the last 30 years? This is me underground in Combe Down near Bath. Sellafield, drilling 3,000 meter deep boreholes for a deep nuclear repository, contaminated land sites, buses falling into holes on the A2 in Blackheath, working on the railway. So yes, I have a wide range of things. So without further ado, I'll pass on to Jonathan.
Hello there. Yeah, I'm Jonathan Redfern. So I'm Professor of Petroleum Geoscience at the University of Manchester and also Director of the Energy Master's Programs. So my background is in oil and gas initially. I started off as a geologist working in the North Sea and then moved all around the world actually. So I've got a lot of experience of international working in Singapore, Libya, Italy, and so on. And now being in academia and running the master's programs and trying to place our master's students, of course, into jobs. We deal a lot with companies. So, and I'm also leading up a new initiative called the Energy Transition CMT, Centre for Masters Training. So, and with that, we're trying to link academia and industry in order to retrain a lot of people in the industry. So, and also to put our new students into more transitional energies, such as geothermal, hydrogen, CCS, and so on. The pictures there, a picture of Manchester, of course, picture of me with my PhDs graduating. And then I do a lot of research in North Africa. So you've got some nice pictures there from Morocco, looking at subsurface data from core, and then lots of field work. So happy to talk about research and also and jobs and careers.
Thank you, Jonathan. And on to Peter, which is a nice cat.
Hey everybody, yes, that's Lando Calrissian. If any of you like Star Wars, that's his name. And I've also been to Kazakhstan actually.
Oh right.
I know, small world, eh? So like Jonathan, I'm a professor though sedimentary geology in Liverpool, and we have similar roles. In fact, I obviously teach lots of students. I've also worked in industry, so I worked in Shell as an exploration geoscientist and a researcher for about a little bit less than 10 years, and then came back to academia since then. And my main research interest actually, and increasingly what I teach now, is numerical modeling. So I write lots of code and basically make models of how sedimentary units are deposited and record past climate change and such like. And I also am involved with lots of students applying for jobs, trying to connect them with employers, trying to help them hone their CV, cover letters, write them references, all that kind of stuff. So I can bring that kind of, like Jonathan can bring that perspective to this discussion.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you very much. I know this is a very potted history that we've got here, but what we would like to do is, I know I've given everybody all of the information you need about CV tips, but I was going to maybe just go around our panel and sort of, excuse me, maybe Jonathan, would you like to pick out something on CV tips that you feel is the most important bit of that point of list of things that we've got in front of us?
Yeah, okay. Well, I think they're all, well, I would say they're all important. I think that's absolutely true. I would say, yeah, try to make yourself distinctive. I would say always, I think what I generally, we often see when I look at CVs, people give me CVs to look at, is I find they haven't put everything down they've done. And they rather, they don't sell themselves as well as they could do. So have a good think about all the things you've done on your courses and maybe jobs you've done as well throughout your, you know, outside of university, because a lot of these experiences need to be on your CV because they're very important. They show people what you're doing on the course and also and the skills you've got, computing skills, things like that, and also what you're doing outside of university and industry. And employers are very interested in what you're doing outside, what your engagements are outside. Yeah. So often the thing is people do think, oh, that's not relevant, I won't put it on there, but it is relevant and you should really think carefully. And I guess if I was going to pick two things, I would say, check carefully for errors, which is the one I added recently, because
that is,
I look through CVs and they're, you know, and they're often littered with little errors, missing full stops. Yeah. You don't think they're very important, but it does it just psychologically affects people when they're looking at them.
It's attention to detail. And I've had one today, I had to send him back because he sent me a letter with the wrong date on it. And I said, it doesn't matter today, but, it's attention to detail. And if I've got a choice between two people to choose, I'm going to choose the person that has the right date on their letter, not the person that has the wrong date on the letter. It's just as simple as that. It's a horrible thing to say, but it's very true. And, because everyone comes with quite a lot of similar, certainly if you're going for a more junior role, everyone has very, very similar things. So, Sasha.
I think I'm a bit of a stickler for the detail. So there is format, grammar, and spelling. That kind of attention to detail I think is important. The other thing that I popped in there was that often in most of the places that I've worked, the first person to see your CV won't be the hiring manager, and probably won't even work in the geosciences. They'll probably be somebody from HR or somebody from recruitment. So kind of a key tip for that is that if you use words from the actual job description and how you can match your experience to what's in the job description, that is going to get you through that first stage of interview, of kind of assessment. For the company I work for at the moment is not huge, but I previously worked for Arab, and I know they had something like 300 applications for each position that was advertised. So if you think you're up against 299 other people for every job going, there's a lot of stuff or a lot of information that people go through. So just try and match it as much as you can to what the job description is. Obviously being honest, because at some point hopefully you'll get to interview and you'll have to discuss these points, but that I think is something that is pretty key.
Yeah. Peter, what's your thoughts on this list of highlights?
So when I look at job applications from students, I agree with what's been said. The thing that usually is missing is, one way or another, tailoring the CV to the specific job.
Yeah.
And I think that's a combination of all the things that have been mentioned. So undergraduates do modules which often have both specific skills that relate to that job. So for example, they're applying for a geoengineering position and they've done actually a geoengineering module. Obviously that has to feature prominently in your application therefore, but also transferable skills that you have, which you need to carefully think about. How do they relate to this specific job? I mean, maybe you've done things that particularly tagged as transferable skills that transfer directly into the job that you're applying for. And lots of companies make it clear on their websites what they're looking for, not just in terms of the specific job description, but in terms of the type of people that they want to employ. They have some of the big companies have behaviors that they want to see in their applicants, right? So again, you need to highlight examples in your CV, in your cover letter of that type of behavior that you've got evidence for having exhibited. Leadership is a classic one. Lots of people say, I've got leadership skills, but you need to specifically say what they are, prove it with some evidence and how they particularly relate to a particular job that you're applying for. So try and be more specific, because that's one of the things that'll help mark you out from, all the other people who apply.
I think that's very true, very true, very true. And I think I also like work experience as well, because I feel that if someone's actually paying you to do a job, they're gonna, that speaks for volumes. So, if you're turning up promptly on time, it doesn't really matter if it's related, because getting a geology job is actually very difficult. But if you've worked in retail or you've worked in sort of any sort of business whatsoever, if someone is paying you to do a job and you've got some duration on your CV, that speaks volume. So you can't lie with that. So I think that's important as well. So don't be afraid to apply for a slightly different role than your experience, your CV is sort of saying. But that's very good. So thanks for that. I don't know, has anyone else got anything to add on to CVs? Because we've got sort of another 3 pages to go through. So Yeah.
Just before we move on, I've noticed that there's a couple of questions that have come
right, I
up
haven't been watching the questions. I do apologise. Sorry, I've been interested. So yes, if you want to read those questions out, that'd be great.
Yeah, so there's two questions that are fairly similar. So any advice for a mature student looking to go to university as a total career change, and then somebody with a similar question who is doing a PhD in acoustics, but is looking at doing things within the geosciences. So some brief thoughts from me. I know people who've gone both ways, to be honest. I know people who've done work as have done PhDs and things in geology, and then worked in things like air quality. And I know other people who have come with other skills, myself included. I didn't do geology at uni. And I did more kind of, well, it was civil engineering, environmental engineering, moving into kind of geotechnics. And yeah, there is a lot of transferable skills that can come in. One of the main things I would say is if you have if you've dealt a lot with data, because that's a really big thing now, big data and processing data and coming up with things like that's something that's really pertinent to put in there. And also how to summarize everything into 2 pages, I think is a bit of $1 million question, to be honest.
I mean, again, I think what Peter said is tailor your CV to the specific job. Don't have a generic CV that you just fire out as many times as you can. Really look hard about pulling out the information from, I mean, most people use Word. So yes, you can have your generic CV, but then pull out the 2 pages information that you can fulfill your proposed post is. So I think that's quite important. So yeah, so thanks for that. That's a very good and tailoring for, yeah. Any advice on tailoring CV for a master's graduate with no relevant experience with regards to the job you're applying for? How would you approach? That is quite specific. But like I said, my personal view on that is you are going to be up against people that have maybe some industrial experience, or try and get some relevant experience before you go for that job, or unpaid, even if it's a week or 2. That's quite an important thing. It just shows a bit of commitment. I don't know about what everyone else's thoughts are on that. It's quite a tricky question.
I think, sorry, I think it's come up already from both Jonathan and Peter. I think the most pertinent thing you will have done prior to going for a graduate job is your degree. So if you've got no real relevant experience from an industrial perspective, then talk about what you've done in your degree, because something you've done in your degree might be incredibly relevant. For example, the graduate who I'm working with at the moment, she didn't have any prior work experience, but her master's was done in conjunction with the company that we work for now. So focus on your degree if you feel like your experience doesn't quite meet the criteria.
And I think in your degree, particularly at master's level, you've probably picked up a lot of experience that could be relevant to several different jobs in your project, right? And including transferable skills. So that's the thing to think carefully about. What did you do in your project that might then be relevant to the job that you're applying for? I mean, there will be something in your master's or in your previous degree. There will be things that you can pick out that are more relevant to this job application than perhaps you at first realize. It just requires a bit of thought and, you know, going through your CV, as Eric said, to highlight the things that are most relevant.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just say, yeah, I think this is an issue often to get some experience. Now, of course, yeah, everything that Peter said was right. You know, you've got to show what experience you've got. But if you think you don't have enough experience, then try to find some. So try to get some work experience over the summer. So for the people in the audience now who are graduates, you know, in your 2nd year and your 3rd year, or if you're doing an MSc, applying to companies to do internships or just to get 2 weeks or a month of experience makes a big difference. It sets your CV apart a little bit from somebody else. And as we said, there's a question there, what's a senior geologist looking for? Well, they're looking for something that sets you apart. And if you've made the effort to get some experience, it's quite important. And it doesn't just have to be to the really big companies, because everybody applies to the really big companies. If it's in energy, which I'm familiar with, people apply to BP and Shell and Statoil, and because they're only taking on a handful every year of internships, and it's hugely competitive. But there's a very large number of consultancies out there and other companies who would take you on for the summer. So I would really recommend you do that. And if you get that a little bit of experience, it sets your CV apart and also helps you later on in the interview, because you'll gain a lot of experience from just talking to people in a working environment. So do try to do that.
Okay, thanks very much, everybody. Let's move on to our next hot topic, which is the cover letter. Again, this is a huge minefield of things, and how do you proceed? And everybody has their own thoughts. You don't quite know who you're addressing it to. So Sasha, do you want to put your oar in on this one?
Yeah, I think a cover letter is key. Honestly, I think a CV by itself doesn't paint the picture of the person well enough, nor does it doesn't paint them in a particularly good light either. So I think a cover letter is key, unless you're going through one of these kind of big companies who have a set application process where you have to answer certain questions that are relevant, or they feel are relevant to a job. I think one of the big things is with a cover letter is do some research into the company. And I know that's quite a generic answer, but especially with engineering firms in my kind of role, there's so much information out there. We're always advertising what we're doing and what kind of new projects we're working on and who we might be working with, etc. It's so straightforward and simple to find it. So don't just go on the website and click on the first project. Have a bit of a think about something that will be relevant to you, and you can actually put a bit more of a spin on. So I don't know, if you're from Liverpool, for example, and you've gone down to the Albert Dock and seen the big pile of rocks there, say, I thought that was a great installation. I didn't realize Arup were involved in it. That type of thing, I think, is really good, and what people really like to see in cover letters.
I think that's one of my little things. I can't stand the genericness of all of these things that we all see. But yes, I mean, we all post on LinkedIn, and we've got a little LinkedIn a bit further on, but I'm not going to mention too much. But yes, the websites, LinkedIn or whatever, about the company that you're applying for, just do a little bit of research on that and try and pop that in the letter, and that will really bring your letter to stand out. So Jonathan, anything from you on your cover letters?
I'd agree with all that. It is your chance to point out what makes you distinctive in the cover letter as well. So just one of those sentences, you need to think, what would make me stand out from all the other 300, 400 people applying? So try and put that in there, and and try and make it interesting, enthusiastic. Try to get the enthusiasm in the cover letter. Yeah.
Peter, your thoughts?
So incidentally, Sachin, I can see that pile of rocks out of my window. Actually, I live just across from that art installation. And now I feel personally connected to it.
Yeah, well, exactly.
You're welcome.
Yeah, exactly. So you're going to give that person a job, because
I would. Yeah, I mean, if I needed an art installation, you're the first person I'd come to now. Actually, having seen that. But look, to get to the point. I think everything that everybody said. The other thing, though, that you can do on your cover letter is you can highlight points that are in your CV. The things that you think are in your CV that are critical information, you can highlight those and guide the reader to them from the cover letter. But just in case, when they're skimming through your CV, they miss things, put the most relevant things in your cover letter and say, I've done this, and for more information, see the CV. You don't need to word it exactly like that, but it should be clear that you're doing that. So the most relevant experience you've had, highlight it in the cover letter, and then the evidence to back that up is there in the CV for somebody to read in more detail. I think if you couple them together like that, it can be quite effective.
Yeah, and I think the one point that we haven't addressed on here is again, make it specific. If you're applying for a job, I know some of the bigger companies, it's you're putting it through a portal and there's no way you're going to get anybody's name on there. But if you can find somebody within the organization that you wish to apply for, try and get their name, try and find out their job title and their address. And it brings your letter out from everybody else. And it's a very, it takes an additional 2 minutes of time to find that out, but it does make sure your letter goes to the right person. I know it's difficult to do, but use LinkedIn as best you can, or use the website, contact us, whatever. And if it's a smaller company, you can generally find the person that you want your CV to go to. So it will be an operations director, or it will be an operations person. And even if it's the wrong person, at least you've got a name on there, and it will go, that person may not be the right person, but he or she will then pop it on to the right person. So yeah, just make it specific, and that will really stand you in good stead. Any other comments on cover letters?
That's good.
No? Okay, right. Well, this is quite a big page here. There's a lot going on. Hopefully Becky can share these with everybody else once we've finished here. So, this won't be lost. Interviewing is obviously, if you've done your CV right, you've done your cover letter right, you've got the magic call to interview, and then it's really down to you, and then your work really starts. So let's go for some top tips on interviews. Who's going to start off on this one? Top tips.
Peter, you want to start?
Yeah, it's a hard one, this, actually, to give general tips. I mean, I think all of those things are true. It depends a little bit, of course, on the job you're going for. I mean, personally, the thing that I find most difficult in interviews is when I feel people are just rambling. They try to answer a question which perhaps they've answered, but then feel they've not answered enough, and they go on and on and on. I would say absolutely, please try not to do that. And it's very hard because you feel the urge to keep talking and fill the site. But you should be succinct. Succinct is a magic word in all sorts of ways for reports, but also in interviews. So if you can be succinct and keep your answers short, to the point, focused, that's a remarkably important skill to demonstrate that you have in interview and in other cases also.
No, that's very true. Jonathan?
Yes, so I think all the ones at the very start I agree with, all the ones about preparation. The ones I just added at the end here was, so sometimes I've been in interviews and we've asked questions, and the person you're asking the question, it looks like they're just, wow, I never thought they'd ask me that sort of question. So have a think about what questions they may ask you. Ask if you're a younger person, ask your parents what they're likely to ask me in an interview, and then you are at least partly prepared for these questions. Definitely agree with the don't ramble one.
Yeah, I don't think it's a problem actually taking a bit of paper in with you, taking a notebook in with you, and actually having some questions down, because I think it is a very nervous position to be in. You're on the back foot, and if you've got like a comfort blanket of your notebook with you, it shows also that you're prepared and you've done some preparation for this interview. So I don't, you don't have to use it, but it's there if you do need it. And I think no one will look badly on you. Oh, let me just check, or can I just have a quick look here, or whatever. No one's going to mind if you do that.
Yeah, and especially for the last question always in an interview is, have you any questions for us? And and often what the problem is that during the interview, of course, a lot of your questions have been answered. But yeah, if you've written down a list of questions, it looks quite good in an interview. You say, well, you've answered a lot of my questions, but I'll just have a look now to see which ones I haven't had answered. So that's good. I agree with the don't ramble one. And then I put in eye contact and body language. I think that is quite, look at the interviewer. I mean, obviously don't stare them out and freak them out, but do look at the interviewer and sit up straight and look confident, be enthusiastic and confident, even if you don't feel it. It's a bit of an acting job in a sense, to control all the nerves and try and be confident and look at the interviewer, because they will listen to you more if you're looking at them. If you're looking at the floor or away from them, then they tend not to listen so much.
I think that's an
good.
important
Yeah,
point. It's a performance, isn't it? It's not like a typical kind of conversation that you'll have with somebody. It's very much a performance to a small audience. That's really what you're doing. So you need to think of it that way, I think.
I mean, there could also be two people interviewing you. There could be just the one, or it could be a panel. You could be having. So again, try and find out from when you get the invite to interview, try and ring them up and find out, you know, who is actually going to be interviewing me, and do a little bit of research on them. Try and find some icebreakers. You know, I've been to Kazakhstan, whoop-de-doo-dah. So Peter and I are going to have a little chat about Kazakhstan. It's going to totally break the ice. We've been to the same place. We've experienced the same excitement or not, or the coldness, depends on what time of year you went. But yes, that would just, everybody's blood pressure and stress will be totally sort of brought down. So that's a good thing to think about. So any more questions, anybody?
Yeah, a couple of things I'd add to that. So I think obviously over the last year and a half, everything's changed. Beforehand, you'd go into an office and interview with people there, whereas now it's very likely that actually your interview will be over Teams, and that might be very useful actually, especially if you're interviewing somewhere far away from where you're studying or living at the time. But if you are going into an office, and I've seen this time and time again, is that everybody you meet on that interview during that interview day is part of the interview. And I've seen people treat the people who are interviewing them very, very politely, very well, and then been quite rude to some of the office support staff, some of the graduates who are showing them round, that type of thing. But I hope it goes without saying, but I know for a fact it doesn't, that those people will be asked, what was your impression of someone when they came into the office? And that is one tip. The other thing is that you will very likely be asked to do a task. In fact, I think most companies now will ask you to do a task during the interview, and ask if you're going to do it beforehand, but don't overthink it either. So the ARUP task was, it might have changed now, but top tips if you're applying there, is that you get given, you're building a brewery somewhere, and you have to identify all the geohazards and basically go through the design process of what you would do for that brewery. Now, nobody's expecting you to come out and have done loads of calculations at the time, but you need to at least think about what that design process will be. And that then feeds into understanding the expectations of what the role actually would be. So if I'm interviewing at structural soils, I know that it's more site-based. I know it's more about drilling and knowing about that type of thing and managing people on site. Whereas if I'm going for a consultant, it's more about maybe doing some of the design. And if I'm going for a client, it's more about managing subcontractors and things like that. So it's just understanding what you're going to do and then build that into your task so that you can then talk about that for half an hour, and then most of your interview's done. And you've had the opportunity to impress somebody.
Yeah, no, that's great. No, it's really helpful. Yeah, no, that's good. Right, I think we've got our last slide, which is one of my sort of pet subjects. And I would,
before we do that, I think there's one or two more questions.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I haven't been keeping up with the questions. I do apologize. Let's do the questions.
I think there's one more from from Matthew.
Mine hasn't come through. Would you like to read that one, Peter?
So he said, how do you stand out in a PhD application? Very competitive. Is it better to stay in your existing MSc field or branch out? If you apply to another subdiscipline, how can you effectively sell yourself?
How do you stand out in a PhD application? Well, again, I think this is for our academics, so Jonathan and Peter.
So, well, yeah, I mean, it's, you know, I suppose there could be a long answer to this, Matthew, but, you know, I I suppose there are a few key things that are very useful for a PhD, and in order to complete a PhD successfully, aside from just the knowledge of the topic. So if you're coming into something that is not directly in your field, you could certainly emphasize the other transferable skills that you've got, because doing research on a PhD for several years requires commitment, motivation, time management, all of those things. If you can demonstrate that you've got those skills, that you've done an independent research project at undergraduate level or master's level of some sort, and you've done well at it, you've written a report, it was a good report, it was well structured, succinct again, all of those things are going to make you attractive for somebody to take on as a PhD student. And then should you branch out? Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with branching out. I mean, certainly you could apply for a few different PhDs, maybe a couple that are in your more specialist area, but another couple that are not. I think that's fine. As long as you can demonstrate that you can learn fast when doing that work, I think, you could still be attractive. So a key thing that I look for example, in students I take on is, I want students who can write code, because actually that's a lot of what they'll be doing in the project. And it doesn't really matter where they learned to do that or what kind of things they would do, what kind of areas of geology they were doing that in previously, or geophysics or whatever. So long as they can do it, that's very much a transferable skill that is, really useful to most of the projects that I take on students for.
Yeah. Thanks for that.
I think you muted, Jonathan.
Muted. I'd also say, if it's not in your field, the key skills you've got, of course, is in any PhD, the panel's looking for somebody with an inquiring mind, with passion. You can still do a bit of homework about the PhD itself, even if it's not your area that you did your undergraduate or your MSc in. And to show that shows a bit of independence, because we're always looking for people stand out if they really look like they've got a passion for research. Because in that case, you were looking for somebody with a passion for research and an inquiring mind. So you can still do a bit of homework on the subject, even if it's not your main topic of your previous existence or previous MSc.
That's great. Thank you very much. Right. Now my little thing that I love is LinkedIn, and I would definitely, if I was interviewing, I'd actually want to know who is coming to structural soils, let's say, and I want to sort of have a quick look at what they do and how they present themselves online, and do they follow the company that they're coming to apply for, or have they connected with anybody within that company? So I think LinkedIn is a fantastic free resource. You don't need to pay anything, and it is a fantastic opportunity. So again, other people's thoughts on LinkedIn. I know it's been talked about in other sessions, but some people may have just tuned in on this one. So Sachin, how do you find LinkedIn, and has it been good for your SRK?
Yeah, I think I can see what you're saying with engaging with companies. I think it's like you say, it's a good tool to go and find out what people are doing. SRK, for example, you'll be able to go on there, and we have lots of people who work for us who are kind of bridge between academia and industry, and so often they'll be advertising kind of lectures and things that they're delivering. Personally, I don't use LinkedIn to a large extent, only because I'm not really kind of a social media type person, but I think a lot of people do, and certainly a lot of more senior people who are kind of more of that sort of Facebook age and things, and maybe a bit more used to displaying what they do, kind of use it a lot. I think it's useful to know. It's useful to go on there and see where you're applying, and it tells you a lot about a company. And yeah, if you are going to use it properly. Don't. I think is the kind of answer. I have one it shows my face, it shows my experience, but I'm not kind of explaining what I do on my day-to-day basis. But some people do, and that is great. But you know, be aware, like any social media, isn't it? Be aware of what you're putting on there, and if you're going to use it properly. Have the required amount of detail that you want to put out there, and don't be using it in a stupid way.
No.
Yes.
So Jonathan, as you're unmuted, what's your thought? I mean, in academia, what's LinkedIn like in academia?
Yes, yeah. I mean, we try to get our students, and I link into our people in industry, of course. I link to the previous students as well to follow their careers and things. So yes, and I think it's very useful as well, I'd say, to get, as you mentioned before, to get topical information about what's going on in the industry, because that for somebody who's not in industry, it's quite hard to find out what's happening. It's not often published, but LinkedIn, you'll find that once you start to link with the right people and with the right companies, you start to see lots of posts about things that are happening on a day-to-day basis and what's being commented on. And it would, again, that would maybe just tip the balance at an interview, because it would show that you do understand a little bit more about that job, even though you've not started it yet, or that industry, than somebody else. And often the final decisions are very finely balanced, because you know you'll be interviewing in industry. It'll come down to 10 candidates, and on their CV they all look the same. They've all got very good degrees. They've got good backgrounds. Their CV's perfect, and somebody will have to say, well, how are we going to split these? And it could come down to very small margins. Exactly. So the person who actually talks about something that was happening last week in that industry and is the one who might get it. So just trying to tip the balance.
And as you said, it's just that attention, just a little bit outside the box, and you present the interviewer with a little bit of a pause for thought, and that person, he or she has actually gone the extra mile than everybody else in the list, and you've shown yourself to be that little bit industrious to go a little bit further. So Peter, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think Jonathan we've all made some very good points there. LinkedIn is immensely useful, as are lots of social media, actually. I mean, but also I think it's worth pointing out it's very much, or can be, a double-edged sword. So I've seen a couple of students lose significant opportunities because of things that they had posted on social media that were not protected by adequate privacy settings. Curious recruiters went looking to see what this person who's applied for their position and so on is all about, found things that they didn't really like, one way or another, and it changed their view of the applicants. So you need to be careful what you post, right? It's LinkedIn is good because it tends to be very professional, and the content is generally quite focused on work related stuff. Other social media sites obviously much less so, but check your privacy settings, find out what a recruiter can see and can't see, just to be sure that they don't see something that you don't want them to.
Yeah, best thing, don't post that. that's
yeah, well, no, indeed, in the end, you've got to consider, haven't you, these are, unless you're very careful with privacy settings, these are public domain things, so you need to be very careful what you post.
Yeah, no, that's wonderful. We do have one question that was given to us before the session started, was what advice would you give to graduates with a disability when applying for work? This is quite an open question. I'm sure that it's out there, so I don't know if anybody has experience on that, so access for all, or what are your thoughts? So Sasha, do you want to start?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. I think thank you for whoever answered it beforehand. I think the answer to it is really you, depending on what your disability is, think about the job that you're applying to, and see if you think that will have an effect on the job that you're applying to. I've worked with people with both physical and learning disabilities before, and it hasn't had a significant effect because of the role that they're in. And I think you don't have to, obviously you don't have to disclose it at any point, but it is something good to bring up possibly during interview. And I think as with anything, it's kind of a back and forth, and maybe somebody's reaction to, or somebody's kind of policy on disability and what kind of measures they're willing to take to accommodate any disabilities would tell you a lot about the company that you want to work for. So I think that the tip would be don't let it be an internal mental block, but do consider what it is. I mean, for example, for my role, a lot of jobs you'll have to travel to around the world and spend time in some quite difficult climates. And if you think that that's going to be significantly difficult for you, or then maybe doing something that's more desk-based would be for you. And similarly, you know, if there's any kind of mental disabilities that you think are going to have an issue, then think carefully about the jobs that you want to go into. But yeah, I would say that that's the only advice, and don't let it be a roadblock into geosciences, because there are so many roles that can be accommodated in a multitude of ways.
Yeah, I mean, we've got sort of people that, you know, could work in a lab. So you're relatively office based, you're working in a lab, you're playing with soils, you can write reports, you know, there's no stopping you doing that, data entry or data inputting or part of the GINT process. So there's a whole variety, depending on obviously what disability that you may or may have. Yeah, there is a vast range. Certainly, I mean, I come from a ground investigation background, so maybe site work would be problematic because there's a lot of, but again, depending on disability, I don't quite know what that would be. But certainly the back end of the work, sort of looking at the reporting side of things, that's not going to hopefully affect you in any shape or form. So, and in academia, I'm sure you have to comply with the Access for All sort of basis, and I don't think there should be any real issues or concerns on that.
No, I mean, from our perspective, it's obviously hard as somebody who's not disabled to understand the difficulties, but I would just say, in the first instance, don't be limited, just apply, because we would look forward to applications, and we would accommodate, if we could at all possible, we would accommodate for those, and we would treat you equally with everybody else. So I would just say, just try and not be limited at all beforehand. Don't ruin your chances at the start by not applying for something. Apply for it, apply for everything, and then see what happens. I would hope they would anyway.
Right. Just looking at our time. Yeah, we've 45 minutes, so that's absolutely bang on time. So has anyone got any questions? Have we just quickly, I think we've just,
yeah, I can see one here about being multilingual.
Oh, wow.
In consideration with interviewers. Given that I've spent the vast majority of this morning looking at reports in Russian, if you can speak Russian, send me your CV, and hopefully you can start tomorrow. But I think that's a skill. I think that's a total skill if you have that, personally.
What's this? How can a neurodivergent applicant autistic overcome the negative and inaccurate stereotypes? Again, I think that's quite a hard sort of topic to answer on here, and we can certainly do that.
Can I just comment on that, actually?
No, please do.
This is interesting, right? I think attitudes are changing, and I think companies, universities and so on are starting to realize that you know, things like being neurodivergent can be as much of a strength as they are anything else, actually, because, you know, diversity in a workforce is really valuable. I think people are really starting to realize that now. So you might be surprised if you can find slightly more forward-thinking companies and universities that take that approach. You might get a more you know, positive response than perhaps you anticipate. I hope so. Anyway, I do think that attitudes like that are beginning to change.
Yeah, no, thanks for that, Peter.
I would absolutely agree with what Peter's saying. I think, yeah, that like I say, I've worked with people with similar types of disabilities to that, and companies are ultimately, a lot of companies now look at diversity, and diversity doesn't mean, you know, different genders and different races or sexual orientations at all. The benefit of diversity is that you get different thought, and people come from a different place with any project that you're trying to attack, and I think it should be welcomed personally. So and play to your strengths. But ultimately, if that's how you you will have a different outlook on life, as we all do. So please do get your applications in. Don't let it be a roadblock to yourself.
No, that's fantastic. Well, you've been a great panelist. Thank you very much for your contributions, and we hand back to Becky.
Hi everyone, that was really, really useful. I wish I had that session when I graduated, because it probably would have got me to my goal and to where I wanted to go much faster. So thank you very much. We are about to go into a networking session on GatherTown. So you need to kind of leave Zoom and jump in to the link on the chat. We've got speakers from the sessions across the week, and we've got sponsors there to talk to. So Fugro and the University of Edinburgh both have rooms. We've also got the University of Manchester and the Institute of Quarrying present, and I'm sure they would love to speak to students. So I'm expecting Liz from Fugro to jump on right now, but I can't see her anywhere. I'm just checking to see if she's in the audience. Yes, I'll promote you, Liz, so you can talk. It's a great opportunity, so please do come along. Liz, do you have anything to kind of share? Can you hear me, Liz?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi. Thanks ever so much. Just for everybody on the call, my name's Liz Sumner. I'm recruitment manager at Fugro. Just wanted to say to everybody that we do have, as Becky just mentioned, a stand at the networking event. So please do come along and chat to us. We've recently launched a graduate development program, which I would very much like to share with you. So if you'd like to learn more about that, please do come along and speak to me. I'll be there for the full hour, and I can share lots of details with you. So hopefully look forward to seeing you there.
Okay, take care, everybody. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
I'll post the link in the chat once more, and I'll leave this open for a couple of minutes, but I'll be on GatherTown on my other laptop.
Yeah, just to say from Manchester as well, we're going to be on GatherTown now. So if any of you are thinking about doing an MSc, we've got a range of MScs or PhDs. A few questions have been about PhDs. So we're very happy to talk to you about the best courses you might want to take. So we'll see you on there. I'm going off now.
Thanks. See you in GatherTown.
Thanks.
Stream.